4:30. It is November 3rd, the year 2023. We are the Carmel-by-the-Sea City Council. Nova, could I get a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Barron?
Here.
Councilmember Dramoff?
Here.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Here.
Mayor Potter?
Here.
All are present.
Councilmember Richards, would you lead us to the pledge, please?
Happily. Wow, it's such a big crowd. It's the biggest crowd I've seen in a long time, so we should get a good Pledge of Allegiance today. Hand over heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well done. Alrighty, first order of extraordinary business is Carmel High School report out. Harper, are you here? Harper, come on forward. Glad to have you here. Congratulations on winning the shoe game.
Thank you. Well, for those of you who don't know, I'm Harper. I'm the ASP president at Carmel High. I just came by to give a little update on the happenings at Carmel High, create a little dialogue between you guys at the city and Carmel High. So starting off, obviously at this time in the year, sports are a really big deal for us as we're finishing up our seasons. Tonight, our volleyball team plays at 6 in their first CCS game against Placer High. So good luck to them. Come support if you can. Our cross country team has their first CCS running, obviously, on Saturday, their first at Crystal Springs. And once again, Carmel High brings home the shoe, which is really awesome. We're really excited about that. And a victory against the Breakers on Saturday night. They're having an undefeated season so far, 10-0, which is really awesome. And they will travel for an away game on Friday at SoCal. So we're really excited about that. Our individual tennis players are also at CCS this week at Los Gatos. Water polo ended their CCS run. We took a loss on last Saturday against SoCal, but we had a really great season this year. And field hockey also ended their season in the first round of CCS. But as you can see, we've had a lot of really great student athletes this year. So many teams going to CCS has been really exciting. And yeah, it was a really great season. So we do have our winter sports starting. So that we'll transition to winter sports, and I'm sure we'll have just as successful seasons. In other news, we have a lot of performing arts stuff has been going on. The dance show the annual dance show is happening on November 16th and 17th at 7 at the Performing Arts Center up at the high school. So that's a really awesome time when students get to show off their capstone projects and such for dancing and other performances. Really exciting news for mock trial. They just got 7th in the World Championships in Chicago, which is a really big deal. They traveled all the way to Chicago and compete against other national teams. So taking 7th was really impressive, and we're really proud to bring that home as a school. We just ended our annual art expo, and this was a really successful thing, especially for in collaboration with the artists and gallery owners in Carmel. We have, it was over 150 students from more than 6 schools in our area, came to Carmel High, showing off their art, working with artists in Carmel. It was really successful. It was the biggest art expo we've ever had, so we were really excited about that. We're just killing it at all fronts, sports, arts, we're doing really great. And in other news, our admin currently is seeking out students for a principal advisory council. This is really just to create a dialogue between our administration and our students, really bridging that gap because in the recent years there's been certain issues, and we're just trying to foster a new environment to where there's strong connection between the admin and our students at school, and we feel that that's a really great way to do so. We have our annual college fair on November 9th at 6 in the gym. A lot of students are, gearing up for college. I mean, those college apps, I know I have, and it's a lot of work, but it'll be really great because we've had some really impressive turnouts from different schools coming to give presentations, and it is 95% of students at Carmel High end up going to either a 4-year college or further in their education. So it's a really important part of our school to have those colleges come by and talk. And we also have we have a lot of as we have a lot of clubs at Carmel High. A couple highlights would be that we have our singer-songwriter show on the 30th, and as well our CSF club is doing a sock and shoe drive for Dorothy Place, which is really great. And that's about it. We have 22 school days until finals, so students are getting those grades up, getting that work turned in. And our Thanksgiving break will begin on the 20th. And so that's all I have today. Thank you so much for having me.
Harper, thank you for being here. That's plenty. Well done. Well done. Love the youthful exuberance.
Great job.
All righty, thank you. Now we're going to read a proclamation protecting the rights of children. Nova, could you read that in resolution, please?
Yes, I'd be happy to. This is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea supporting the rights of children. In recognition of the fundamental importance of safeguarding the rights and welfare of children, the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea hereby proclaims the following. Whereas the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea is dedicated to upholding and protecting the rights of children, and whereas it has come to our attention that a significant percentage, estimated to be between 60 to 80% of the 3 to 8 million children residing in orphanages, residential care facilities, and children's homes worldwide are not orphans and could reunite with their families. And whereas it has been revealed that the voluntourism industry has grown into a multi-billion-dollar industry, often profiting from the institutionalization of children, and whereas there are currently no standardized requirements such as minimum experience, age, or background checks for volunteers traveling abroad to work with vulnerable children, and whereas these requirements are also absent from both the U.S. government, various foreign governments, and major organizations that financially incentivize volunteer placements in residential care homes, and whereas organizations facilitating volunteer placements in residential care homes are not mandated to maintain adequate oversight, ensuring that the children receive the minimum standard of care and preventing any potential trafficking of the children from their homes, and whereas organizations which receive financial incentive to place volunteers in residential care homes are not mandated to maintain adequate oversight, ensuring that the children receive the minimum standard of care and preventing any potential trafficking of the children from their homes. And whereas the children who are placed in orphanages, child care homes, or residential care may be trafficked to worse situations, abandoned on the street, and lose contact with their family. And whereas searching for volunteering with orphans in a specific country on a popular search engine yields advertisements promoting such activities without any warnings about the dangers they pose to children, inadvertently contributing to the risk of child trafficking. And whereas both the United States of America and the state of California currently lack legislation to protect children abroad and to combat domestically funded human trafficking. And whereas the 2019 United Nations General Assembly Resolution to the Rights of Children, Article 35T, urges governments to take appropriate measures to prevent and address the harms associated with volunteering programs in orphanages, including in the context of tourism, which can lead to trafficking and exploitation. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea takes a stand in the protection of children's rights. The City of Carmel-by-the-Sea shall only provide support, funding, or benefits to orphanages or residential care that have undergone professional vetting and auditing. The City of Carmel-by-the-Sea will promote awareness of the risks associated with orphanage voluntourism by prohibiting advertisements for such activities in its offices and city buildings. The City of Carmel-by-the-Sea bans orphanage volunteering from all city-sanctioned or city-led volunteering programs. The City of Carmel-by-the-Sea urges all businesses registered in its city limits that work with children to implement background checks for volunteers, especially for those who intend to travel abroad. And the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea reaffirms its commitment to raising awareness about the perils related to volunteering programs in orphanages, particularly in the context of tourism, which can lead to child trafficking and exploitation. Now, therefore, be it further proclaimed on behalf of the City Council of the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea, together with the citizens, call on the state of California and the United States to make similar resolutions, regulations, and laws which will globally protect the rights of the child.
Thank you, Nova. I appreciate you reading that. It was quite a text. It was brought forward by Barack Laub, who's a concerned citizen of the community. We're going to go ahead and have a conversation with him about what we can do to go ahead and make sure that this becomes a national model. So thank you all very much. All right, we'll move on then to public comment. This is an opportunity for any member of the public to comment on an item that is not on tonight's agenda. The 3-minute limitation on that testimony. State your name for the record. I'd appreciate it.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mayor Potter, members of the City Council, good evening. My name is Hugo Ferlito, and I'm delighted we still have many residents in Carmel left. I'm here tonight in my capacity as chairman of the partnership and collaboration committee of the City Marathon. 2 years ago, in partnership with the Regional Park District and cooperation with the school district, we undertook the design and building of a community trail cross-country course at the Rancho Cañada abandoned golf course. To say that it exceeded our expectations would be totally an understatement. We had 6,600 student athletes participate in 2 years. We had over 100 schools, including middle schools, high schools, and colleges. At no cost to them, the marathon did not charge any of the schools to participate. Also, the course was built entirely on donated private funds that we raised. A shout out to Carmel Gives for contributing early and a wonderful matching grant. We did 14 meets for a young course to have 4 championship events in those 2 years was really quite a feather in our cap. So we're very delighted about that. It is 99% of the time it's a community trail. If you have not made yourself avail yourselves to participate in just walking around, it's a beautiful, beautiful setting. So we hope that you will do that. Changing gears, this Sunday will be our 17th presentation of the Monterey Bay Half Marathon. You should have all received invitations. If you have not received an invitation, please let me know. I'll leave my card with the city clerk so that you can get in touch with me, but my office assures me that all the invitations were sent out to you. While this does not equal the economic impact of our flagship event in April, it does make a significant contribution to the health and welfare of our community, for which we're very proud. We will have over 12,000 participants. 1,000 kids will run the 3K, 5K on Saturday at hardly any cost to them. So we're really delighted to do that. And anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Hugo. I appreciate your testimony. Next speaker.
Good evening. This is Craig Rose, and I'm here to talk about the simulation that you guys actually care about what we're saying. I actually talked about it in the paper. It says, Craig says the city council doesn't listen to voters and residences. Well, we know what happened. I'd just like to look around. The paper's probably not here. Monterey Weekly, the Pine Cone, they write stories about this stuff, but they don't actually even attend these meetings because you guys write the stories for them. So I was in the paper, front page, and it says DA weighing crimes, if any, in gallery. Little debacle. They don't show Chip punching me in the face. They show me holding your hat after you headbutted me. Over 100,000 people have watched the video and you still have a job. There's been 3 secret meetings, Dave. That's why you won't be mayor for long, because you've had 3 secret meetings and you don't talk about it. You don't talk about where the police chief went. You don't talk about these things. And guys, this is a new world. This is why Elon bought Twitter. This is why we've got cameras. Carmel's changing. Did you see Vogue wrote about us? Did you see Vismum just opened last weekend? The new artists that are coming in, what Patrice wants to do on 8th Street, to actually have not just a garage, but an artist, low income. Yeah, low income, but a city-owned art gallery. I guess he's waiting to hear back from you, Chip, but we're waiting, Mayor, for you and the rest of these puppets here to let go of this reptile. Chip, we've seen it. The exciting part here, though, is Shepard Fairey, my favorite artist. A delightful man named Andrew Jackson brought in the first ever Obey Shepard Fairey commission piece with Andre the Giant. I love Bible stories, David and Goliath. And guess what? The town is afraid of all you people. They hold events like Wine and Wine, and they talk about it, but it just takes a few people to replace all of you. And that's what's going to happen here. That's what's happening in Carmel. That's why Vogue's writing about it, and that's why new people are coming into town. Dave, lay off the alcohol. It's not a good look when you're running around town. And the rest of you, Chip, 100,000 people have seen you deck somebody. That's not a good look for Carmel. Neither is this that you guys pretend to care. Carmel's changing. And you guys, it's election season. And guess what? All of you are replaceable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rose, for your testimony. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
Mayor, council, city, and community, Richard Kreitman. So I want to speak tonight about those pitiful strings of colored Christmas lights that have popped up on Ocean Avenue the last 2 holiday seasons. A display that would be more appropriate for a used car lot than the main street of our world-renowned beautiful village. And my question, did anyone approve those lights? Go back to 2015, the issue of holiday lighting on Ocean Avenue median was effectively addressed by the city and the community. City hired a lighting designer consultant to conduct a community focus session. A half dozen or so alternative lighting treatments were installed on Ocean Avenue, pardon me, on the Ocean Avenue median. And one evening after dark, about 35 or 40 of us, citizens plus city staff and the consultant, met on Ocean, viewed the alternatives, came back here to City Hall, vigorously discussed the possibilities, and voted our preferences. An excellent structured example of how to see community input. And the clear favorite was warm fairy lights in the trees. The lighting consultancy offering was dwarf faux Art Deco style Parisian lampposts down the medians. He may have gotten 1 or 2 votes, and he left looking quite dejected. I believe the council then approved the community's choice. For the next several holiday seasons, we had the lovely fairy lights in the trees on the Ocean median, and it was good, and it was Carmel. And then at some point, someone decided to leave the lights on all year round, which was not so much Carmel and not so good, and prompted a group of citizens in 2019 to protest the year-round lighting to this august council, and who decided to take them out altogether instead of just turning them off after the holidays. So for a couple of years, there was no median lighting until those shabby lights appeared 2 years ago, without discussion of public approval. Correct me if I'm wrong. Not so good and not Carmel. Is this another example of people thinking they know what's best for the village and operating under the theory that it's better to do something rather than nothing? That approach might be appropriate when life and property are in danger, but in this case, the only thing in peril is the beauty of our downtown during the holiday season, and nothing is far preferable to this eyesore of a something. So I entreat you, first, please do not let those sad strings of colored lights go up again this year. And second, consider going back to what the community approved and was attractive and appropriate holiday season lighting, with a clear understanding to turn them off for the rest of the year. And if so, I'll gladly pay for several trees worth of lights myself and work with the city, the merchants, the community to complete the project. Oh, as in a footnote, I've checked, and LED light stands do not harm the trees. In fact, Matt Little, the expert from Cal Poly, our tree expert, responded and said,
Thank you for your testimony,
There you go.
Richard. Appreciate it.
thank you.
Anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
One more thing,
I know, Richard, your time's
Veterans
up.
Day, this
Time's up.
Saturday, 11 o'clock, Devendorf Park, the city celebration.
Richard,
Please,
sit down.
please
Thank
come.
you. Next speaker.
Hello, Linda Calafiore, resident. I didn't think I was going to be speaking about Christmas lights today, but when I was on the Community Activities Commission, we did talk about the Christmas lights, and we did support the Christmas lights, and there was a lot of input on the Christmas lights. Some of us did like the old-fashioned lights. It wasn't unanimous. We thought it brought a little bit of cheer to the area during a pandemic, and we were happy seeing those lights, and so were other people. There was some discussion about the wooden stakes that held up the lights, and there seemed to be an overwhelming criticism of the stakes were natural. So the following year, we asked city staff to spend, I don't know how many hours, painting the stakes black. so that they would not be offensive to the people who objected to the stakes. Anyway, there is a contingent of people who enjoy those lights. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Good evening. A rousing time for all. My name is Denise Otterson, and I was very moved by the reading of the children's. Sorry. But I am very low tech, and in about 2016, 2015, it was when Mayor Potter was elected, I brought a chocolate cake that said Carmel Clean Beach Club, and it had umbrellas on it, decorated, and beach balls. And I don't know if you remember it, but I think I brought 2 of them. And I'm so low tech that I actually made pins, in which you could all have one that says Carmel Clean Beach Club. And the whole point of it was for clean air, clean water, and clean sand. And that was my way of, being goal-oriented instead of talking about what's wrong, but just to have a vision of the future. And so when Carmel Cares came along, I was just like, oh my gosh, somebody knows how to do things in a very nice way. And so they did this bang-up job. But what I wanted to talk about, other than the fact that I did my graduate work under Richard Russo in creative writing, and this would have been a fantastic short story, what has happened so far tonight. I just can't wait for the Christmas lights. And I love the little old-fashioned Christmas lights. I just want to digress for the moment. But Gunter Grass, who wrote The Tin Drum, said the role of a citizen is with their mouths wide open. So I want to be really clear. I wrote a poem about the beach, who owns the beach, in 2016, and Paul finally published it in the Pinecone. And so I just want to I don't have the poem because I'm so low tech, I couldn't even print it up, but that's how low tech it is. But I sent it and I asked to be put in the public record, because I think it's the children who own the beach. If somebody throws a ball with their stick at the children, I get mad. If they let their dog poo and they don't clean it up, I fear for the children and the parasites. So I just would like to have some signage on the leash law, which is 25 feet, I believe, and under voice control, and clean up after their dogs and all. There's no signage on the beach, and anybody can bring their dog to the beach, and it can run wild up and down the beach. A hunting dog pulled out a baby deer one day. I saw it dragging down the beach. I've seen so many unpleasant things. All my shorebirds that I love are gone. So, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Thank you. Anyway, the children own the beach.
Thank you
That's
for your
what
testimony.
I think. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Well done. Is there anybody else wishing to
Can I
speak
have
tonight? Anybody in the hall here wishing to speak? Come forward, don't hesitate.
Good evening, dear Mayor, administrators. My name is Alex Shebet, and I want to address my speech to City Hall today and Esperanza Carmel, as well as Mr. Clint Eastwood. So, sometimes real treasure is right around the corner. My late landlord, John Wagner, told me this amazing story about his mother, Pauline Wagner. And she used to live in apartment number 1, which is the shortcut between City Hall and Lincoln Street. So I have been renting this apartment for the last 3 years. When Clint Eastwood was the mayor, he used that shortcut on his way to City Hall. And Pauline made fresh coffee for Clint, and they had nice neighbor talk pretty often. The magic of creating one of the Carmel's artifacts happened during those days. The grandson of Pauline, Rick Wagner, gave it to me when he sold the property, and he said, "You live in an apartment where my grandparents lived, and now you're this artifact keeper." Today, all of you will see it the first time. Pauline was the big fan of Clint, and she collected all articles about him being a mayor. Every article is here. Yeah. As an artist in the fifth generation, and my kids are sixth generation, we love to paint, take pictures, and make collages together. My family has an idea to decorate our shortcut as the first inside-out gallery in town, not as business. A photographer lives here, and this is his picture and painting made by his 4-year-old daughter. As I told you before, I create art with my kids, and we've made some art based on Wagner's artifact I've just shown you, and paintings of my daughter Anna. We believe it would be a Carmel treasure to decorate our shortcut with the story about Mayor Clint and the paintings of my art family. All pictures can be printed on metal, so it's water and UV resistant. My question is, do I need special permission from City Hall for it? Do I need special permission from landlord, which is Esperanza Carmel LLC? And do I need special permission from Mr. Clint Eastwood for it? In the end, I would like to tell you about my observation. For the last 3 years, I have been seeing that many art galleries have been closing. And we have had more and more tasting rooms being opened. I have nothing against tasting rooms, but with this tendency, we can become a copy of Napa Valley soon, guys. And let's keep and save the legacy of Carmel founders and build the artist colony, who built the artist colony. And let's contribute, let's build the first public inside-out gallery in that shortcut.
Sir, if you could summarize, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so if you want to see, you can find me on the Instagram, on my website, Alex Shebet, and you can see all of these
Thank you, sir.
beautiful articles.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Well done.
I appreciate it.
Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight in the room? Last call in the room. Mr. Cruz, you know the spill drill.
I'm Neil Cruz, co-chair of the Carmel Preservation Association and former chairman of the 2016 committee to create a vision of Carmel for the year 2016. It was established in 1990. I'd like to read a section from our report. The Carmel 2016 committee was appointed by the City Council to assist the dreaming about Carmel-by-the-Sea 2016, the year when Carmel would be 100 years old. While fulfilling its charge to look toward that year and to dream of Carmel tomorrow, this committee spent considerable time addressing the realities of Carmel today. The members are seriously concerned that if the changes which have occurred over the last 25 years continue for the next 25 years, Carmel tomorrow with no dreams, either expressed or sought, may well emerge as a nightmare instead. That committee lasted for 2 years, and at the end, we saw our job was to issue a warning across all time that the trends, the modern trends that are in this society coming at us will take away the magic that is Carmel. So we had a mayor sit down with us when we started the Carmel Preservation Association and reminded us that in the past, it was the job of the City Council to protect Carmel from future trends and future developments, not to fold into them and not to usher us into them, but to fight them and resist them, because we are not like every other city on the coast of California. And so we have had to fight for the telecom. The residents have put in an enormous amount of time to get that regulation to please the residents. We have had to fight the housing from the state of California, which is now taking up so much time. There's very little time for the wishes of the residents. We now have trees being cut down. I've had so many locals come to me and say, why are all these trees being cut down? 9 at a time, 8 at a time. Rumors about only 10% oaks, only 10% pine to be allowed in the future. What is going on here? Street addresses in Carmel? We all know the reason we don't have them is so we all end up down there at the post office.
Tonight.
Pardon?
That item's on the agenda tonight. You're not to talk about that now.
Is it time up?
Yep, no, it's about to run out, though.
I'm sorry.
Neil, you can only talk about things that are not on tonight's agenda.
Oh, okay.
Street addresses are
Sorry.
on the agenda. You know that.
Forget about the street addresses. You get the idea, people. I just wanted to say that there are 3 members of the City Council that approved of a petition that was put before the city to return local control to the residents of Carmel, per what Ordinance 96 says on that backdrop. That was the mayor of Carmel, it was the vice mayor of Carmel, Bobby Richards, and it was Alessandra Dramoff. I ask everybody, remember those names when we get to election year, and ask yourself, who are the other city council members working for? Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight? Last call. All right, I'll open it up to Zoom world. Is there anybody in the Zoom world?
Yes, Nancy Toomey, you can go ahead.
Nancy, the floor is yours.
Am I unmuted?
Yes,
Yep.
go ahead.
It's Nancy Toomey here. As you know, I wanted to express my huge thank you to the Carmel Activities team and the Public Works and VIPs who contribute to providing a significant amount of enjoyment and pleasure for those of us who live in this town and beyond. Specifically thanking them for their work on the parade, the pumpkin roll, and yet two upcoming events, including the Home Crafters on November 18th and the holiday tree and menorah lighting and further celebration to be held on the 1st of December. So again, I want to extend my huge thanks to all the folks that make those happen and provide lots of enjoyment for all of the residents of Carmel-by-the-Sea. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
There are no other hands raised on Zoom.
All right, we'll close the Zoom world, bring it back in here then. The public comment period is closed. Move it on to announcements. City Administrator. Chip.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Yeah, I just, Mrs. Toomey stole my thunder. I just wanted to thank everyone who turned out for our annual pumpkin roll and parade. It was a very well-attended event, and thank Margie and Leslie from Library and Community Activities and Public Works and PD and the VIPs and CERT and everybody who took part in the parade. Just a wonderful event. As Mr. Kreitman was trying to say, as he ran out of time, that is to say, we do have our annual Veterans Day celebration on Saturday. Veteran and Mayor Pro Tem Richards will be speaking. That is, again, Saturday at 11. And then we do have our holiday and menorah tree lighting, holiday tree and menorah lighting on the 1st of December and when it gets dark, and I don't know exactly the time that is yet. So, but these are community events that we put on for the entire community, not just the villagers, and we love to see you out there. So thanks so much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chip. City Attorney, anything to report?
We have no reportable action from our closed sessions just held yesterday.
Colleagues, any comments? Bobby?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Carmel Unified, and I see back there Sarah Hind and Graham Robertson, who both help very much getting the involvement of the students at Carmel High here to participate in our city council meetings, and I want to say thank you to both of you.
Well said. Anybody else? Karen?
Yes, I would just like to say I did make it to the pumpkin roll, and it was really fun once again. They had run out of pumpkins at the top of the hill, but they were, the crew, the city crew really worked hard to pull out the intact pumpkins, and people were able to carry them up the hill and roll them down a second or third time. So it was great fun. I really enjoyed that. And I did enjoy the report out from our high school student, and I wanted to invite them to let Chip know if you have activities, like I think you have a shoe drive coming up, and Chip can put that in the Friday letter and make announcements about that, which go out to about 1,000 people, I believe. So yes, please let us know what's going on up there throughout the entire month, because we can help you advertise them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. Anybody else? Jeff?
Yes, thank you. As some of you may know, next week is going to be a pretty busy week here in the chambers. I wanted to say that on Monday, I think there's an ad hoc housing committee meeting. I don't know what time that is, Monday, probably late afternoon on Monday. 4 o'clock. On Tuesday, the mayor and I believe, are having a community meeting to talk about outdoor wine tasting, which we talked about a few months ago, trying to move that effort, that really small effort, forward a little bit. And then on Thursday, the climate committee is getting together again. I see at least one member of the Forest and Beach Commission here. Hi, Tam. We're going to be talking about the coastal engineering study, which is oh, did I get the date wrong? Oh, sorry, the 16th, on Thursday the 16th, we'll be getting together to talk about the coastal engineering study, which is, supposed to examine the current state of the beach and the revetments and all the other things and the way that the sand moves on the beach and what we can expect from climate change with regard to the beach. So I hope we can get some people to all three of those events. Thank you.
So thanks, Jeff. Anybody else? Guess I'd just like to pony on to what Bobby was saying about my enthusiasm about the Carmel High participation. It was great with football season. I've been to more games this year than I've ever been to. Great turnout. And we really had a great turnout at the shoe game in PG the other night, cold as could be. But I'll tell you what, we really had a crowd there. I think we outnumbered the PG people, frankly. The mayor of PG does owe me a dinner. I did have a little wager going on that. That and I missed a pumpkin roll for the first time this year. That's because I was playing in the Veterans Golf Tournament out of Fort Ord. Came in fourth with the help of a very talented woman from Stevenson School. I think you've been reading about her. She was very, very helpful. Bobby, thanks for arranging that. I also was the judge in the Halloween contest at the Veterans Hall, the VFW, the other day, and it was a great time. It's a very scary Nurse Ratched one. Very scary individual, but it was a good time. Oh, thank you. All right, why don't we move on to the orders of businesses? First one will be the presentation on the exploration of street addresses, provide staff with direction. Chip, did you want to kick this off first?
Yeah, I just wanted to introduce Emily Garay, who's one of our analysts, and she's been with us for, I guess, just about a year or close to a year. And she has waded into a federal agency in the U.S. Postal Service and read 13,508 pages of federal code. But she's worked with our local postmasters. She's worked with a little bit with Congressman Panetta's office and other groups. And done a lot of research that really kind of culminates tonight to get to a point where we get a red light, green light scenario potentially from the council on whether to go forward with this. So I just wanted to thank her, Mr. Mayor, and if we can give her our attention for a little bit while she zips through what she has here, and then we can get on with the discussion. Thank you, sir.
Emily, welcome.
Thank you, Chip. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So tonight we're here for an update on street addresses. I know it's been a long time coming. So on October 4th, 2022, City Council received a presentation from staff that included preliminary research, historical context, past consideration of street addresses in Carmel-by-the-Sea, and a white paper. Direction to staff at that time was to continue research, and staff proceeded to treat street addresses and mail delivery as two separate issues. Staff was directed to focus on a critical element. Staff's goal is to provide clear communication and information about the future and be transparent with council and the community of the possibilities of street addresses and mail delivery in the future. So while staff cannot definitively advise that the downtown post office will never close or will never change locations, or that the mail delivery beyond the established PO box system will never happen in the city, staff is aiming to provide a fact-based analysis and recommendation to the city. And the information that staff is using is the U.S. Postal Service Postal Operations Manual, Issue 9, the U.S. Postal Service National Delivery Planning Standards, and the City of Carmel-by-the-Sea's own municipal code and general plan. So street addresses and mail delivery as two separate issues is something that staff has tried to hone in on and explain to community members and to council, just to clarify that implementation of a street address system, assigning street numbers to residences and buildings, and being able to be identified through GPS systems and address verification systems are all encompassed in staff's goal of researching and exploring street addresses. Mail delivery as a separate issue is considered mail delivery outside of the current PO box delivery system that the city operates under. And that usually covers mail being delivered directly to residences and or businesses, which is not the city's intention. So the critical element identified by staff previously, and that has been the focus of staff's research, has been whether implementing a street address system would compel at-home mail delivery. And from that, staff derived two key questions, which was helped in large part by the community and by council, which was, will implementing street addresses force at-home mail delivery in Carmel-by-the-Sea? Will street addresses force the closure of the downtown post office? At this point in staff's analysis, we have concluded that implementing a street address system actually requires a collaborative process between the city and the USPS growth manager designee. It does not necessarily compel automatic at-home or door-to-door mail delivery as we know it. So the Postal Operations Manual covers the U.S. Postal Service's postal operations policies, regulations, and procedures, and it serves as their blueprint for postal operations and processes. This manual is updated online only by USPS as changes are made effective. They no longer print a physical copy, I checked. So staff analysis focuses on Chapter 63 and Chapter 64 of the POM. So Chapter 64 of the Postal Operations Manual gives an overview, and staff will do a high-level overview of Chapter 64 and 63 as it relates to street addresses in Carmel. So this chapter and these sections provide that a combination of methods are considered to provide regular and effective service to all residents, residential and business sections of the community. Requirements for delivery service include that streets are named and house numbers are assigned by municipal authorities, that street signs are in place and house numbers are displayed, that rights of way, turnouts, and areas to the roads and streets are sufficiently improved so that installation, servicing, and accessing of boxes are not hazardous to the public or postal service employees. And the reason that staff brings this up is because Carmel-by-the-Sea may have to request to establish delivery services since there is no standard addressing system currently in place. So the way that makes it a little bit more complicated is we do have mail delivery technically by having mail delivered to our PO box. But instead of being able to take what would be the shorter process to then having an address system put input into the U.S. Postal Service address management system, we might need to sort of start from scratch and implement a street address system, and then that requires to decide a mode of delivery, which is what the USPS calls it for the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea. So if new requests for service is needed, again, that would only be because it's a longer and more involved process to implement a street address system. Instead of saying, we already have street addresses, we want to change our mode of delivery, we don't have that. So the US Post Office says throughout their operations manual, I've lost count how many times, that the new preferred method is centralized delivery. And centralized delivery could be a number of different ways that the US Post Office delivers. That could be call windows, horizontal locked receptacles, cluster box units, or wall-mounted receptacles. So if we did need to implement new addresses, then the city or staff would work closely with what the US Postal Service identifies as growth managers who help with new delivery planning. A growth manager will work closely with staff to determine the best approach to providing mail delivery to customers, or mode of delivery, how the US Postal Service calls it. And it is important to contact the growth manager early on in the planning process, because that way the growth manager can work with staff to determine the appropriate mode of delivery. And they clearly say they consider input from these parties, meaning the people requesting mail delivery or a delivery system. The growth manager can collaborate with staff to prepare the most efficient and effective plan to provide mail delivery for service customers. Chapter 63, again, says that centralized delivery is a preferred mode of delivery. And the reason that staff keeps emphasizing this, and I believe it's emphasized throughout the manual, is because curbside, sidewalk delivery, and door modes are not available as new delivery points, unless under very rare exceptions. So the consideration and questions that staff has heard are, will there be individual mailboxes at the end of a driveway? The Postal Service does not implement mail delivery in those systems anymore. Again, unless it's a very, very rare exception and it needs approval from the much higher levels of the U.S. Postal Service. So new delivery or extended delivery points. The manual is very clear that customers will not receive mail delivery service until mail receptacles are installed and the units and locations are approved by local postal management. Again, those mail receptacles can be the cluster box units, which are very popular now, which usually tend to be at the end of a block. But again, you will not receive mail delivery unless that is installed. So if we implement street addresses, there isn't going to be mail delivery unless those units are installed. So specific consideration is given to ensure safety, efficiency of delivery, convenience, and reasonable safe access. And that's from the U.S. Postal Service as far as giving consideration to people asking for the service. So staff also focused on local ordinances since there is a section in the Postal Operations Manual for consideration of local ordinances. And that section states that if a customer chooses not to erect a curbside mailbox because of a local, city, county, or state ordinance prohibiting the installation of mailboxes at the curb, the delivery options and establishments and extensions are as follow. Centralized delivery, which staff has briefly covered, and post box office or general delivery service is also allowed, which means post office box or general delivery service may be provided at the nearest postal facility where the carrier delivery emanates or where otherwise to be available to a customer, which is the current system that the city uses. And the ordinances that staff focused on were municipal code sections 12.08, which cover encroachments in the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea. And an encroachment is any excavation, structure, or object, temporary or permanent, upon, over, under any city property or right of way. A big consideration when city staff considers encroachment permits is safety. So the granting of an encroachment permit shall not create a hazard to public health or safety. Circulation and parking is also taken into consideration, and it's given a priority, as safety is always a priority. The proposed encroachment shall not adversely affect vehicular and or pedestrian traffic nor the parking of vehicles. The proposed encroachment shall not adversely impact existing rights of way, preclude or make difficult the establishment of improvements of existing or potential streets or pedestrians. Another municipal code that staff thought was interesting in speaking with the planning director is old Carmel Muni Code 12.40 that covers news racks. So postal mailboxes are not news racks, and neither would a cluster box unit, but staff would present this information to the growth manager to possibly explain the spirit of the city's ordinances and the city's goals as far as we hope to keep the city going and preservation of its unique character. So very briefly, some of the points covered in the news rack ordinance is that uncontrolled placement and maintenance of news racks in the public right-of-way creates physical danger to the traveling public and the numerous pedestrians that use the public rights-of-way in the city. In recognition of the unique architectural features and basic heritage of the city, the clutter and congestion of disparate types of news racks in the right-of-way is unsightly and not in keeping with the rustic nature of the village. There is a permit required for news rack, and that again would go through the permitting process. And it says that no person shall project onto, into, or over any part of the roadway of any public street or alley to vehicular traffic, or along or over any portion of the roadway of any public street or alley open to the vehicular traffic. So again, staff focused on these particular parts of the municipal code because, as the Postal Operations Manual states, there is consideration for local ordinances. And given the nature and the architectural and the topography of the city, some roads are very narrow, possibly only allowing for one-way traffic, or we all pull over to the side, let the other person drive through. So besides clutter and unsightliness, it could be a safety issue. And the city's general plan is also taken into consideration. Throughout it, stated that respecting the past has a continuing legacy, that challenges each resident to preserve the city's character in spite of ongoing change. Next is the discussion of the city's fire code and building code. So currently, the city adopts the California Fire Code and Building Code as is. And these are excerpts of each code. It's not the codes in their completeness, but they do state that new and existing buildings shall be provided with approved address identification. The address identification shall be legible and placed in a position that is visible from the street or road fronting the property. Address numbers shall be Arabic numbers or alphabetical letters. Each letter shall be not less than 4 inches high with a minimum stroke of ½ inch. So it's identical language in the California Fire Code and Building Code. And if you read the questions that staff prepared before the meeting, staff did contact the fire chief and also spoke with the building official for the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea. And we did adopt this code, and it's not currently enforced. So staff's conclusions about the process. Staff found that this process, working with the U.S. Post Office, it's not prescriptive. It's a collaborative process, and staff would be able to work with a representative from the U.S. Post Office, again, to make clear the city's intentions, the city's preferences, the city's attention and preservation of the city's unique character and traditions, and the safety risks that cluster boxes or delivery outside of the P.O. box system could pose for a unique city and topography. So this process also requires proactive, intentional steps that would have to be taken in order to establish door-to-door or at-home mail delivery, which now we can consider most likely, if there was a consideration, would be mail cluster boxes. So this process would require city to contact the growth manager. The city has contacted the local growth manager for informational purposes only and made that clear in our communications with them. And that in part was because in the past when staff has worked through the federal agency that is the U.S. Post Office, sometimes communication can take a little bit longer from time to time and not be the most consistent. So we reached out, and the good news is that this particular department is very responsive and responds very quickly and is very open to giving information that staff may need. So at this point, we find ourselves at a red light, green light. One option is to move forward with street addresses, system exploration and implementation by initiating and engaging in the established process with the local U.S. Postal Service growth manager, or if council directs staff to conclude its research and maintain the status quo of not having a standard street address system in the city. So staff is prepared to answer questions to anything that has been found through our current research, and if not, I am more than happy to take back your questions and find the right answers for you.
Thank you, Emily. Excellent job. Well done.
Thank you.
Are there any questions, Emily, by council members at this time?
I've got a quick question.
Sure.
Have you done any outreach to tech companies such as Google and Apple and seeing if they might be able to help us out?
Not directly to them. Staff has researched Google Plus codes, which have been a suggestion by a lot of community members. And our impression is the process for that is staff would then, or the city and staff would apply to speak with someone or work with someone in the address management system. So it was just staff's view at that point to come back to council before engaging or applying on the city's behalf to start implementing any type of address system.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Karen.
Emily, did you do any outreach or research to see how many communities have a hybrid system where they pick up their mail at the post office, but they have an address assigned to them for safety purposes and other kinds of deliveries? Did you do any research on that?
Not any research on the number of communities that are out there like that, but we did look into communities that actually a lot of community members wrote in about, that we know about, which is El Granada and San Juan Bautista and there's one more city that escapes me, but staff has reached out to staff from that city, and we've actually been able to get some help from San Juan Bautista, who has a PO box system very similar to ours, where the residents go pick up their mail there. And staff reached out to them and asked how their system works, because separate issue, but at some point, San Juan Bautista considered physical mail delivery to businesses only within their city. And staff reached out to ask how that process worked, who they worked with at the post office to consider that, since that's outside of their established street addressing system. So staff has reached out to other staff. So far, we've only received response from San Juan Bautista, but we're hopeful to hear from other staff members in other cities.
Okay, because I do know Spreckles has that system, and so does Lake Arrowhead and Blue Jay. So there are other cities that have a hybrid system that you might reach out to.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have excuse me. Along the same sides as Councilmember Drumoff, have we talked to Amazon or Google, or not Google, Amazon or FedEx or UPS? And also, thank you for all this work, because I know this is a big task.
No, we have not. At this time, staff is focusing research and resources, again, into implementing a standard addressing system, and what would get the city or the city's addresses implemented into what is considered one of the core systems, which is the U.S. Postal Service's address management system. So staff would need to work more closely with people from the USPS, but it's our understanding that once a street address system that would be created by the city, by city staff, would be implemented throughout the city and approved, then once it's input into the U.S. Postal Service's management system, then it's verifiable throughout all other systems, since it is considered one of the core systems, which then would cover Amazon, UPS, FedEx, financial institutions, and whatnot.
Any other questions?
I've got one more quick question.
Sure.
This might be premature, but in your contact with the growth manager, would it be possible to find out if we could keep our directional addresses, or would it have to be a numerical system like 123 Camino Real type address?
There is a standard addressing system for the most part. Don't quote me, but I know it's in the Postal Operations Manual. The U.S. Postal Service gives a fair amount of leeway to cities and municipalities to decide their own addressing system. I do know just one fact, like a number can't be spelled out, so you can't spell out 8th, you can't spell out 9th. But that is actually something that staff can have an answer for you sooner rather than later, just if I can review the operations manual.
Okay, thank you.
So I guess I might ask council, and specific to the question that was brought up earlier, Emily touched on it briefly, was that there were the questions that were attached to number 1 here, has questions from city council and community members that have asked of the fire department, Chief Panholzer. Are there any fire or safety requirements the city of Carmel-by-the-Sea Fire Department is aware of in terms of street addresses that may or should affect Carmel-by-the-Sea residents or structures? Answer from Chief Panel. Carmel, California Fire Code has been, as a section, requiring addresses on all buildings. It has been brought up in the past. Carmel did not amend the fire code when it was adopted to exclude this section. It has just been not enforced. So then it goes on to say, new and existing buildings shall be provided with approved addresses identification. Possible to exempt ourselves out of the fire code?
I'm sorry, the question?
Is it possible to exempt ourselves out of the fire code?
It is not possible to exempt yourself out of the fire code.
So the fire code is saying we have to do this?
That's what fire code says.
Okay. All right. That noted. We'll open it up for public comment. There's a 3-minute limitation on testimony. If you'd state your name for the record, I'd appreciate it. Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Jill Petker. I'm a resident, and I support official addresses. The obvious reasons: fire, safety, ambulance, bank accounts, but also the last time I needed to have a modem replaced by AT&T, I had to have it shipped to a friend who lives outside the city limits, because even though they were using UPS, maybe it was FedEx, I forget, they can only ship to a post office approved address, and that just seemed kind of ridiculous. So please, addresses.
Thank you. Next person. Let's just show of hands. How many people want to testify on this item tonight? If you could queue up behind this speaker, that would be great. Then we could save a little travel time. Thank you.
Hi, Linda Calafiore, resident for 19 years. As time goes on, I believe that having legal, recognizable addresses will be ever more important to our village. I have heard enough residents express strong opinions about the necessity for this initiative because it affects their security, their insurance, and financial affairs, besides receiving deliveries of important and necessary items. I support addresses.
Thank you. Appreciate the brevity. Yes.
Good afternoon, Hugo Ferlito. For obvious reasons, I have been reluctant to appear before the City Council to address any oncoming issues. But I had such a frustrating experience last week. It's open enrollment if you're 64 and over, and I was trying to choose a new drug plan, and I could not nail that down because I didn't have thank you, because I did not have an address that I could give them and send to the post office box, and it was really frustrating. It happened to me 2 times, and last year we could not get an Apple Card when we needed it. It's not a big deal, but I think that city addresses are much needed. I suspect that that's probably why there was a debate a long time ago whether we should allow electricity to come into Carmel, because someone said, you allow electricity to come in, soon enough they'll want addresses. Thank you very much.
That's my husband.
Thank you, Mr. Ferlio.
I'm Joe DiNucci. Lived in Carmel for 3 years. I've owned a house here for 40 years. I support the street addresses. I don't want a P.O. box. I'm not interested in the specs about the P.O. boxes, and I hope we don't hear any more about P.O. boxes. Mailbox. I don't want a mailbox in my house, but I would like a number on my house. So I support the initiative.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker. Please, if somebody else is intending to speak after her, would you please queue up?
Hi, Betty Lou Coulis. I support the house number issue. 2 things I just wanted to mention that I haven't mentioned in the past because I've been up here frequently. I read all of the pre-work that was sent out as part of the item for discussion tonight, and one of the things mentioned that the research group actually did contact our chief of police and our fire department, and they both felt that, at least from the fire department standpoint, that they had not had any calls where they were not able to get to the appropriate residence within 5 minutes. And the police apparently don't keep records of if they have issues trying to find a house. I know for a fact in 2 situations where it did take longer than 5 minutes, both medical calls. Well, one was a medical call, a drug issue in a house on this street behind us. And my concern is that if it had taken much longer and it had been a real overdose, we probably would have lost that citizen. The other one was burglary, and I know for a fact that took way more than 5 minutes because they came to my house and we had a rather lengthy discussion, the police and I, about which house was the appropriate house. The other thing is just today, my husband got an email from Safeco, which is our homeowners insurance company. In all likelihood, they are going to pull out of California like the rest of the insurance companies in terms of homeowners insurance. And he spent hours on the phone trying to explain that we have a physical address because we had to send pictures of our house to them and a picture of our little 1 Northeast, of 3rd sign, and they're not willing to accept that. So we're not sure what we're going to do to even get their attention in terms of getting our policy renewed because they're not willing to send somebody to the area to come and talk to us. So at this point, we're in a stalemate because we don't have a number that we can give them. And I just hope that common sense prevails here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. I assume Neil is the last speaker.
Neil Cruz, Mayor and City Council. This is an old issue. Most of us that have lived in this town for a long time have revisited this several times about street addresses. Just thought I'd share with you, one is the comment that Mayor Clint Eastwood made in the movie that was made about Carmel, and he finished it by saying, those who do not know and have not experienced the history of Carmel will not know how to go forward with the village of Carmel without that knowledge. One of the things in the 2016 committee that we focused on was, what is it that brings the community together? What is it that fills a room like this with residents? And we discovered that one of the key places where that happens is in the post office. There have been so many vital discussions and arguments and groups getting together and talking about what's happening in this village in that post office. And we saw that as such a vital element for gluing this community together that we created the Post Office Plaza Project, which was to enhance the post office, make areas where people could sit outside, get a cup of coffee, and hang and talk about all the issues in town, where the residents would get to know what the other residents want. And that is why I do not want to see street addresses, because that is the last standing place where this community comes together and gets welded together as we are today. So thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Anybody else wishing to speak?
Richard Kreitman, I have a question. If we get street addresses, are we required to display them on our houses? It may have been in the detail, I'm not sure. And would it be possible, we don't have curbs here, but in many areas people have their house number on the curb. We don't have curbs, but it could be on the asphalt right in front of someone's house. Would that, if we're required to have numbers, would that be an acceptable result? And I'm very pleased to hear that it doesn't look like we have to give up our mailboxes at the post office, and we can have numbers on our houses, but still the post office will be here. If that's the case, I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
Hi, my name is Harvey Billig. I've lived in Carmel for over 30 years, and I see that this matter should not be considered really at all, because the present system works very well. I hear complaints about people saying they have trouble identifying that. I have a post office box. I have a corporation. I have several people on that post office box with no problem. I get deliveries from Amazon. Great, they're delivered very correctly to the post office. They're controlled. A lot of people here are part-time residents, and I can see we could have a plethora of problems by trying to solve a perceived problem that really doesn't exist in any meaningful way. By the way, I have Safeco insurance for my house. I have no problem dealing with Safeco. So there are intermittent problems that may be created, and certainly people get upset, but I think the bigger picture really is we just don't need to disturb a present good system. I think all of us realize if you talk about traffic, that the traffic in town is going to be UPS trucks, et cetera, all over the place. We have enough deliveries going as it is. I think that people need to stand back and realize that a few complaints of people that do have problems that can be solved is the best way to handle this, and not to inflict a new system that's grossly unreasonable to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Billig. Appreciate it. Next person.
I'm Susan Bier. I live on Crespi, and I've lived there almost 5 years. I envy all of you who've lived here a long time, but not all of us are that lucky. So we've had more experiences with the difficulties of not having numbered street addresses that are kind of universally understood. Even things like my husband's been trying to buy a wine cooler, which you cannot buy in Carmel, and can't get it delivered if you don't have an address. That's just a tiny minor today's frustration. But I really have a question, which was when I looked at the attachments to the agenda, it sounded as though we can get street addresses without losing our post office and the boxes and that kind of group delivery. And I just wanted to, it wasn't quite clear to me in the presentation that that is the case. I hope it is, and I just wanted to double check that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Christy Ramers. I can understand the frustration of some of the people who are trying to set up electricity, and I have had that problem myself, internet. And I wonder if there's a way to officialize the directional street addresses that we have with GPS to make that a possibility. And if we have to move forward with street addresses, I do strongly support keeping mail delivery at the post office, since that's our history, and using it just for internet and electricity and that kind of thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Remmers. Is there anybody else wishing to speak in the House here? Last call in the House. Okay, Nova Zoom.
Yes. Shirley Moon, I'm going to unmute you. Go ahead, Shirley. Oh, you go ahead and unmute yourself.
We haven't started the timer yet.
Go ahead, Shirley.
Thank you. It would probably only take you a moment to identify in your mind what your favorite piece of clothing is. You may love the color, how it fits, how it feels against your skin, or how you feel when you wear it. Because you love the item of clothing, you probably take extra care of it, and in some way, because it may be irreplaceable. Carmel-by-the-Sea, like a special fabric, is easy to love and wears well on everyone fortunate enough to live here. It is also surprisingly fragile and easy to damage if not protected. The damage really happens over time and is often quite subtle until it's too late. It starts with one decision at a time that causes a stitch to break or a thread to pull until the essence of our history and our lifestyle starts coming apart. It could be a decision to consider cell towers in the neighborhoods. It could be a decision to defer maintenance for yet another year. It could be a decision not to trim the trees on Scenic until they are ripped apart by storms. It could be a decision to put off repairing our roads, or a decision to install paid parking in the village, or a decision to allow encroachments on front setback lines so that cars now park in front yards. Or it could be a decision to force assignment of addresses and install house numbers on the cottages, justifying it as a contemporary necessity. I have only lived in Carmel-by-the-Sea for 50 years, and I have not had any issues obtaining a real ID driver's license, a passport, a global entry card, accounts with Vanguard, Wells Fargo. I've had utilities hooked and taken off. I've been a trustee of 2 estates. I've made multiple calls for medical assistance at our home and have medicine delivered to our P.O. box and our home. I think it helps a lot to have named our house and wonder why that isn't being promoted instead. The fire department and police department report no delay in response because of our current system. Realtors have no problem finding Carmel homes to list and sell. The city work goes on because every parcel has a unique lot and block number. We are the current caretakers of this city. It is our duty to make careful decisions. Each of us should be fiercely protective to preserve the fabric of this special place because it truly is irreplaceable. Thank you.
Thank you, Shirley.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else wishing to speak on the Zoom?
Illumination Studio, I'm going to unmute you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Mel Alborn, and I am a returning resident, glad to, and permanent resident. My comment is this. I love the both-and solution, and could we please keep the mailboxes, the P.O. boxes, and at the same time normalize and standardize the directional addresses of each property, rather than letting the property owners decide what their address is, 0 southwest this street, or 1 northeast that street. If the city would step in and actually provide each APN number with its own directional street address, that might be a perfect solution to our problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, Nova?
Yes, Cindy Lloyd, you can go ahead and unmute.
Thank you very much, Mayor Potter, members of the council. My name is Cindy Lloyd. I'm a lifelong resident of Carmel, and I am in favor of not having house numbers. I think Shirley Moon was very eloquent in her statement, and I certainly think that the speaker following her had a solution. I'm not in favor of house numbers, and I just wanted to go on record as saying that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sydney. Is there anybody else in Zoom?
There's no more hands raised on Zoom.
We have a gentleman who wants to speak in the room here.
Hi there. My family's been in the peninsula for about 90 years. My name is Michael. We live in Pebble Beach and Pacific Grove. Just a couple things that came to mind, like food delivery services, like DoorDash, Uber, ride sharing, not just Amazon and product delivery, but all the other forms of new cars that would potentially be circulating throughout the community, and how that might affect the locals and just the way of life, you know. So that's all that wasn't discussed that I thought might be relevant, just to think about the new residents maybe using these services probably more than the older residents, and how, you know, that might affect their way of life. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, we're giving this room another shot, I guess. Okay. Is there anybody else in the room wishing to speak?
I'll make this very quick. Carol Hall, and I cannot say anything anywhere near as eloquently as Shirley Moon, and totally agree with her. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? Last call. I'm going to bring it back to council. It's already spoken. All right. All right. Close the public comment period. Bring it back to council for direction. Council members, are there any questions? Emily, I didn't hear any questions from staff. Did you?
I heard one. Maybe you could clarify, Emily. Going to a street address system does not necessarily obligate the city to have at-home letter delivery. Is that a correct statement?
That's right. And staff, I want to clarify, I think in my haste to get through the dry policies and procedures of the U.S. Post Office, that got lost in this analysis. So it's staff's conclusion that centralized delivery is also considered a P.O. box. So implementing street addresses would not necessarily mean the closing of the post office. In a very real scenario, working with the growth manager, working with the U.S. Postal Service, the city of Carmel could very well keep our post office system as is, already in place. It's efficient and it's already established. But again, we cannot give a definitive answer. That would require staff engaging in the process with the U.S. Postal Service to get direct answers from the authorities there. And again, staff would always check in with council and very much ask for red light, green light at any junctures that seemed, to really start the implementation of anything. But right, street addresses will not result in the closure of the downtown post office if done through the correct process and working with the correct authorities.
There was one more question, if I may, Mr. Mayor, from Mr. Kreitman, and he asked a two-part question. Number one, if we establish street addresses, is everyone obligated to post them on their property? And B, you typically see sometimes in more developed cities with infrastructure, street infrastructure, where you have a number on a curb, 801 Todd Lane or something. Would that be an alternative? I think Mr. Kreitman's question was to having addresses on a building or in a separate placard identifying the street address.
To address that question, staff would have to point to the fire code and the building code, which clearly identifies the type of identifiable address, numbers or displays that are appropriate. I believe, again, just I could do more research on it, but maybe curb painting would be an option. I don't think it would be instead of displayed numbers. It could maybe be in addition to.
I could supplement that. The fire code says the address identification shall be legible and placed in a position that is visible from the street or road fronting the property. So if there's a curb, we've seen that the street number could be painted on the curb, but if there's no curb, there'd have to be some other means that it could be observed.
Thank you. All right, council members. Recognizing we're not making a decision, we're deciding on the process.
It seems like this is a pretty big topic, and there's a lot more questions that were raised today. And I think that there needs to be more research about this if we're going to do anything. We're not making a decision.
Might consider an ad hoc.
I'd just like to say that we did receive a lot of emails in support of addresses, and people were quite eloquent about why. It wasn't frivolous, it wasn't convenience, it was actually struggling with some of the things that they have to do every day, whether it's a health care provider that wants to know where you are, or a securities person, if you change brokerages and they want to know, as of, I think the Patriot Act requires now that they know where you are. Credit cards. One of our residents has tried for a couple years to get their cable or internet hooked up, and her husband works at home, and it's a vital necessity to them. I think that a hybrid system would suit everyone. We could still meet at the post office, which I will have to say the pandemic took quite a hit out of our meetups at the post office. People seem to go in quickly and come out quickly. I think health and safety have to lead part of this discussion, and I don't think the California Fire Code would require addresses if they didn't think it was necessary. I think people, time delays when someone is having a serious medical issue can cause life or death to happen. And I recall, because I do read the police reports and so on, there were at least 2 incidences a couple months ago where time did go past the 5 minutes or 8 minutes because the address was reported incorrectly to them by the person calling, or they couldn't find the address. So it does happen. So it's not just frustration. And I think there is a system within the United States that somehow requires a number to go before the description. So I think perhaps a little bit more research on that, but I don't think it's going to create a loss of uniqueness. Our town is beautiful, our streets are beautiful. I do think when we start having construction in the area near the post office, we're all going to be challenged by that. But, you know, I see some of the things that get delivered to the post office that our postal workers have to deal with. I know I ordered a cabinet and it arrived, and my husband was terribly embarrassed that he had to go to the post office and have them help him with an 80-pound cabinet, and I heard someone else ordered 6 chairs. This is stuff that should be delivered to our homes. And we shouldn't have to really jump through a million hoops to try to prove where we live. As I said before, we lived in Lake Arrowhead. We had a hybrid system. It worked just fine. We knew that safety people were going to be able to find us. We were able to get deliveries. I have a new tenant in my little guest house, and he has tried for a week and a half to get the New York Times delivered, and they don't seem to get it that we don't have addresses. It's hard for them to input end of 12th, 3 east of Junipero, blah, 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 blah. We also have mailbox delivery on Ridgewood Avenue, on Mission Street, on Franciscan Way, on Santa Lucia. We have, I'm not a proponent of mail delivery, but we already have it in our town, and some of those streets are some of the most beautiful ones we have. So it didn't destroy those streets to have it. I think they had it before they were annexed. But I think a hybrid system is the way we should research this and find out how we can make viable, deliverable addresses that can be proved to financial and insurance and cable companies where we live. One of the letters talked about a house that was going to be demolished, and PG&E got the wrong house to turn the electricity and gas off. And that's just not very long ago, it's in the last few weeks. Now, fortunately, they didn't demolish the wrong house, but, but they did turn off the wrong service. So I think we have to, also, I think there was an article in the McWeekly this week about Rip Van Winkle going to sleep and waking up 20 years later. It was really a clever little article, but I don't think it will harm our town in any way to have the convenience of an accurate delivery and not have to chase after your packages. One more example, I ordered Christmas presents one year, and they got to everybody except my husband. And our pears ended up somewhere down Junipero Street, and I had to walk up and down the street searching for them. And they'd been sitting on somebody's porch for about a week and a half, and they were not very good. But I also realized that it's hard. It's hard for people to change, but sometimes we have to adapt. Thank you.
Looking for direction then from council members on where we should be going.
Well, my direction was
I heard.
a hybrid system.
I heard, yeah. I got your direction.
My direction would be, we need more research on this topic. It's an important topic. I think that we need to do a deeper dive into it and see what kind of opportunities are out there to have house identifiers without mail delivery.
We already have, we know that can happen.
Through the chair. Thank you. Alessandra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank everyone who wrote in and who spoke tonight. And I certainly hear your frustrations, and I would like us to find a solution. I support Councilman Richard's idea that we really need to look more deeply into this, and perhaps an ad hoc committee would be a way to do this. I still strongly support the idea of exploring Google and Apple and a GPS directional solution to this. What worries me is I don't trust the USPS. It's a giant bureaucracy, and somebody could tell us one day that everything is fine, and then the next day they could say, no, we're going to close the downtown post office, and you're going to have these centralized delivery receptacles. And I think that's going to create a lot of problems, and I don't think anyone wants that. Not only the safety issues, the visual impact, and security issues as well, because those could easily be broken into. So what I would like to do is certainly have us get more information, whether it's through Apple, through Google, further questions to the post office, and just research this further and spend more time on it. Thank you.
Jeff.
Thank you. I would say, to Councilmember Dramoff's comment about Apple and Google, I have a lot less desire personally to have a tech company responsible for my address than I do for the U.S. government. So I really don't have any interest in having a Google address. That's really of no interest to me personally. I think, I hear Councilmember Richards wanting more information, and, and I empathize with that. And what I would say is that the way to get more information is to proceed forward and start the conversations with the growth manager. There's nothing, we can spend months. Obviously, I agree with Councilmember Folito that the hybrid system is what we should do. I think we've heard that in most of the comments. There's no amount of research that we can do on our own at this point. Like staff has had a year to do this. We, certainly the five of us have, pretty direct access to staff, and I think staff has done a pretty good job of answering the public's questions. And the way I think at this point to find answers to the questions, about what addresses would look like and what would really happen with the post office is to engage the growth manager, and dip our foot in the water, give staff a short leash, dip our foot in the water and see where that goes.
Well, that said, what I'd support is I think an ad hoc committee would be a good idea to go ahead and address the issues you brought up just now. I think we get the public input during that process because the ad hoc committee allows for public participation. So I'd suggest we draft a committee of perhaps Commissioner Dramoff and the Commissioner, Councilmember Folito. That would give it to two of you. You kind of have divergent opinions, but I think it would give you a good chance to get out there in the community. It's worked very well in the past, especially when we had the housing issue. Bobby, you and Karen took a lot of heat on that. But I think this issue has about as much heat on it as anything else in this town. I think that'd be a good way to go. So Would we believe?
I would
When-
support that.
When would we expect to hear back?
60 days, 30 days?
Well, that seems, I mean, I'm glad it's not a year, that we would give them. 30 days, with the holidays and
that's
all
right.
that seems a little short. But
February.
I'd be, it's not my preference, but I would be okay with that as long as, we, this item comes
Yeah, I
back,
don't wanna kick the can down.
to the
Yeah.
council,
February?
by like February.
And could we encourage, this ad hoc committee to have participation? We need resident participation on both sides to come up with the best solution and have both sides heard. So I would encourage everybody that cares so passionately about this to go to the ad hocs and help devise the solution.
Well, I don't understand, sorry.
The only thing I would say is I think Jeff's suggestion that we engage the growth manager. Let's find out from the source. We can all opine what we want and what we think and what we see as an address, but we're not the official. That's just opinion. So I think if I were to serve on on an ad hoc committee, I would definitely want permission to engage the growth manager at that time.
Absolutely.
Because we can't just keep kicking the can around, because that's not an answer. That's not responding to some really heartfelt needs that some people have, whether it's medicine or whatever. So I would do it, but only if I have permission to absolutely engage with the growth manager at this point.
Which seems to be the bullet point 1 that's up here.
What?
Move forward with street addresses, system exploration and implementation of initiating and engaging in the established process with the local USB as growth manager.
Yes, and get the absolute answers, and then we can say yay or nay.
Just so the public understands, the advantage to a ad hoc is the public will be part of this process. You won't have the information filtered through staff. There'll be a process where you can actually sit down and get the question asked and answered. Much more casual format than what we have here tonight.
And then what's so beneficial about the ad hoc, I don't know if most of you probably know, but the ad hoc committee then comes back to council after working with the residents with a recommendation of what they feel is the best opportunity. And it may be several different opportunities, but they'll come back to us with an with different ideas.
Okay, so under direction then, I think we've had a volunteer on the left. Alexandra and Karen?
Sure. Yes,
Okay.
I think we can do that.
Good, okay, appropriately drafted. All right, so we have direction?
Yes, sir.
All right, guys. We could take a short bio break, or we could try to get through the next Mills Act policy. What do you want to do? We want to take a 10-minute bio break, then we'll be back at, let's see, back at 6:15.
Staff.
Hi.
Come to the microphone.
Oh,
It is now 6:15 as advertised. We will commence the meeting, balance the meeting. Next item is the Mills Act policy discussion. It's another one we're seeking direction. Marnie, I believe you're going to be doing the presentation.
She's done. You want me to make my statement that you asked for yesterday? All four are coming back.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. So we're back before you this evening to discuss the city's Mills Act program. So by way of some background, the Mills Act is an economic incentive program in California for the restoration and preservation of historic resources. The program is administered by local governments, and we enter into contracts with property owners for rehabilitation of historic resources in exchange for a reduction in property taxes for the benefit of the owner. So each local government establishes their own criteria for their Mills Act program, and each local government decides how many contracts they want to allow within their jurisdiction. So economic incentives foster preservation, both of residential neighborhoods as well as revitalization of downtown commercial districts. And in 1972, the state of California enacted legislation that allows for the Mills Act. So again, this is just giving local governments the authority to enter into contracts with private property owners to maintain and restore their properties. So a little history for Carmel's program. In 2004, the city officially adopted the Mills Act program as part of our local coastal plan. In 2010, the council adopted an ordinance amending the program and expanding it from just R1 properties to include commercial properties and in fact all properties in all zoning districts throughout the village. Also in 2010, the council adopted a resolution limiting the number of contracts for residential properties to 3 per calendar year. So between 2010 and 2016, the average number of contracts that the city was entering into was 1. And in 2016, the city received 4 applications that year. And so the city council revisited the program and changed the limit from 3 per year to 15 contracts in any 3-year period. And that's what we're currently operating under today. Also, just a side note, as we talk about the Mills Act program, we often talk about program and policy, and we maybe sometimes use those words interchangeably. But when I refer to the program, it's inclusive of both what's contained in the municipal code, so what's been adopted by ordinance, as well as any additional regulations that the council has adopted by resolution. So since 2016, the maximum number of contracts that the city has entered into over a 3-year period was 5. If the council approves the 4 additional contracts that are currently under review right now with the city, the 3-year trend will go up to 9. And so this will be the highest that it's been since 2016. But again, still well under the allowed 15. In 2020, the City Council revisited the terms of the program, the Mills Act program, decided to make no changes, but at that time, the council did adopt standard contract language. So all contracts going forward since 2020 have standard language in their contract. In October of 2022, the council revisited the program again, and we discussed when to issue notices of non-renewal for the contracts, whether to change the number of contracts during a specified period of time, whether to place a property value limit on qualifying historic properties, and then other general items related to the program. At that time, the council did ask for some more information to inform their decision. And staff did go and conduct an informal survey to try to gather some information from other California cities and counties regarding their program. And before I get into that, I just want to make a note about qualifying historic properties. We've talked before about our inventory of historic resources contains over 280 properties. This does include 40 commercial properties. However, not all of these historic resources will qualify for a Mills Act contract. So a historic property that has been significantly altered, either on the primary elevation or one of its character-defining features, or if it's been added on to by more than 15% of the original footprint, or has a second-story addition, all of these things would be disqualifiers. So I just wanted to just make kind of a side note that not all of our historic resources will qualify for the Mills Act. So in April of 2023, staff returned to the City Council with additional information that was informed by the survey that we conducted. We did reach out to 73 cities and counties, and we got 40 responses. And of those, approximately half had at least one restriction in place for their Mills Act program. The most common restriction was an annual limit on the number of contracts and limits on the assessed value of property. And then only 2 of the responding jurisdictions limited their programs only to residential properties. So I'm going to go through the results of the survey that we had conducted and kind of pose similar questions to the council that we discussed last time. So again, two jurisdictions do limit their program to residential properties. I should say 2 of the responding jurisdictions to the staff survey, and that is Claremont and Fullerton. So the council can consider whether you want to limit the program to certain land uses, like residential only, or certain zoning districts, and if yes, which ones? And then just reiterate, in 2010, the city made a conscious choice to expand the program to all land uses. So it did initially start out with just R1 properties, and the council could certainly revisit that again if you would like to. So again, based on the survey that we conducted, 9 of the responding jurisdictions limit their program to properties that fall below a certain assessed value threshold. And for Monterey County, which is one of the responding jurisdictions, they put a cap on the assessed value at $3 million for residential properties and $5 million for commercial properties. So any property that exceeds the assessed value would not be eligible for their Mills Act program. So the question for the council is, do you want to impose an assessed value threshold? And if yes, should the threshold be different by land use? The next item is limits on tax revenue.
I'm sorry, Marty, can you go back 2 slides and can you clarify whether it's a cap? So if you have a property in Monterey County that's a residential property that's assessed at $4 million, then you do not qualify at all, or only up to $3 million of assessed value is considered?
That's a good question. I was under the impression that you do not qualify at all, but I would need to confirm that with county staff.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
I think they allow for exceptions for exceptional property.
I also think, to that exact question, don't you have some? I think there's a provision in, you described a provision, Mr. Pyrrhic, you described a provision in state law that prohibits us from giving discount, from messing with the assessment, right?
Well, we don't want to be messing with any assessments. But I would say that with respect to a particular property, what we found in our research is that if you do approve a Mills Act contract for property X, that the benefit to that property in terms of the tax benefit is calculated based on state law, and the city cannot change what that benefit would be under state law.
Thank you.
So regarding limits on tax revenue losses, based again on the respondents to the staff survey, 4 jurisdictions did report that they limit how much tax revenue they're willing to forego on an annual basis. And you can see the range there in the 4 jurisdictions that responded. So as we know, property taxes are equal to 1% of a property's assessed value. The city receives 6% of that 1% as property tax revenue, and the school district receives 60% of that 1%. So in fiscal year 2022-2023, the lost property tax revenue to the city from the current 15 Mills Act contracts was a little over $9,000. And the lost property tax revenue to the school district was a little over $91,000. So the question for the council is, do you want to establish a maximum limit on how much lost property tax revenue you would be willing to accept from the Mills Act program? The next item is the number of contracts. Again, 9 jurisdictions responded, and there's quite a range on how many contracts that cities and counties will allow on an annual basis. Carmel currently, again, limits them to 15 over a 3-year period. So again, we're just asking the council, do you want to revisit that number of contracts? And or do you want to change the defined period of time for the number of contracts? For example, going from the current 3-year period down to an annual basis, or something altogether different. And then a bonus question, we did not include this in our initial survey, but it is a topic that has come up. And so the question for the council is, should properties which have been rehabilitated prior to entering into a contract qualify for the program if the only future work being done is routine maintenance? So we are adding that question in there this evening. Just by way of a summary, again, our program has been in place for almost 20 years. We've entered into a total of 15 contracts during that time. 13 of those are for single-family properties and 2 are for hotel properties. We do have 4 additional applications that are in review right now. The Historic Resources Board is recommending that the council enter into those contracts. 3 of those are for residential properties and 1 is a hotel property. And then a summary of our questions for the council this evening. Do you want to limit the program to certain land uses? Do you want to impose an assessed value threshold? Do you want to establish a maximum threshold for lost tax revenue? And then our bonus question, should properties rehabilitated prior to entering into the contract still be able to participate in the program? And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Marty, before you go on, Counselor, there was an issue regarding the 4 applications that are before us prior to this. Would you like to register?
Yes, that's correct, Mayor. There were 4 applications for Mills Act contracts, which were on the council's agenda for October 3rd of this year. And there's a couple points that I think need to be clarified here. The first one is, what action did the council take at the meeting on October 3rd? And the action that was taken was to continue all 4 of those items to a date uncertain. So that would be all 4 contracts. in case there was any question about that. The other action that was taken by the council at that meeting was to ask for the staff to come back at the meeting tonight for a discussion regarding the Mills Act policy, and that's that's the item we're currently involved in. And then the other issue is whether or not the 4 Mills Act contracts, proposed contracts, would be governed by the current policies. As you heard from Ms. Waffle, that would be the city's ordinance and its resolution. We sometimes call that the policy, but the legal name is it's the ordinance and it's the resolution. And I'll just refer to those generally as the rules. Which rules would apply to the 4 contracts that were pending and that were set on your agenda for October 3rd. The rules that will apply to those 4 contracts will be the rules that were in effect when those applications were received earlier in 2023.
Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate that.
I've got a question for Marnie.
Can I just mention really quick, sorry, I can't see who's on Zoom, but we were expecting someone from the assessor's office to join us this evening.
Here's a note.
Yes, that would be Nick Ortega. Okay.
Do you want to take him as part of your presentation then, Marnie? Is that what you're saying? Or is he available for questions?
He's available for questions, and he might also be able to confirm your question about the property value threshold. I have a note here that says if the property is valued over $3 million, they do not qualify at all.
There we go.
And Nick may be able to confirm that, but he is here to answer any questions and assist.
Well, it sounds like you got Chip's question answered, so I think we're good. We'll keep him on standby. So are there any questions of council members now?
I have a couple of questions.
Go ahead, Jeff.
The first question, you throughout this presentation, you talk about assessed value, but as we've heard from Mr. Pierick, we don't really have any control over that. And in the spreadsheet that was in the packet, there was a property, one of the properties, I think from last year, where the property entered into the Mills Act contract before it had been sort of reassessed. So let's say, the property tax year runs from July to June. The person got their property tax bill, but the property had been recently purchased. So let's say the old property tax bill was, let's say it was a $500,000 piece of property that had been purchased for $2 million. So on the spreadsheet that you gave us, and I don't really care about the spreadsheet that you gave us, I'm using that as an example. On the spreadsheet that you gave us, the assessed value was listed as $2 million. But when throughout this presentation, when we talk about the values of the houses, don't we really want to talk about the base year value? So the assessor maintains, calculated 2% up every year base year values that it uses in most cases to tax people for their property. So in the case of the property that we saw last year, and I think it was last year, I don't think it's one of the 4 that's up now. In the case of the property that we saw last year, what if the prior assessed value, let's just say we had a $3 million limit. And let's say that the prior assessed value was $1.2 million. That's what the person that bought it 15 years ago paid. But the person that bought it last year and is now applying for the Mills Act contract, that price, they paid $3.2 million for it. And so it's over the $3 million price. Do they get the benefit of the Mills Act contract, or do they, the assessed value, the last time it was calculated, was $1.2 million. But the assessed value, the next time it would be calculated, is $3.2 million. And that's based on the base year value produced by the assessor's office. So would that contract, if we set a $3 million limit, would that $3.2 million house be able to take advantage of our Mills Act program?
So in this scenario, the property currently does not have a Mills Act contract?
Yeah, so they buy it Mills Act free. The property has gone up by $2 million in the intervening 15 years, and now it's a $3.2 million piece of property.
I mean, it would be, up to the council, but I would say it would not qualify if you set the $3 million threshold.
So if that's the case, then I think, as we go through this discussion, we should talk about the base year value, which is really the number that the assessor uses to calculate. I believe it's the number that the assessor uses to calculate property tax values. I have it listed on my property tax form, and I think even Mills Act contract holders have it listed on their property tax form too. The assessed value is different. The assessed value is the thing that is changed by the assessor, but the base year value is the Proposition 13 calculated number based on the purchase price. Does that make sense to you?
It makes sense to me, sir, and I think Nick is it Nick? I'm sorry.
Yes,
from the
Nick
assessor's
Ortega.
office might be able to best answer that question, sir.
Okay.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so with regards to the base year, you're correct in the fact that if you're talking about the same example about a property that's purchased for $3.2 million, that then becomes the new owner's base year. But the prior owner would have their own base year that was established when they acquired it. And then, as you mentioned, that does trend, and it's capped at 2% annually over the course of their ownership, assuming that there is no change in ownership or no add in new construction that could change that base year. I hope that helps.
Yes. So
clarify that. Yeah.
So you understand, Chip and Marnie, okay.
Yes.
My second question was, we had a conversation just a minute ago about messing with the assessments, but on slide 12 of your presentation, you say that Coronado limits the tax reduction limit for individual properties to 50%. Now, that fact, like that statement, doesn't comport with the conclusion that I drew, Brian, from your assessment that we really didn't have access to the assessments. I mean, that is basically a 50%. The most reduction in your assessment can be is 50%. That's a way of limiting, the amount of reduction that, so to use the $3 million example, if someone bought a property for $6 million, we could still provide them the Mills Act benefit by limiting their tax reduction to 50%, as the city of Coronado does.
Well, my understanding of what says at the top of that column is limits on annual tax revenue loss.
Yeah.
And so the meaning of that would be, let's take Santa Barbara as an example, which is the 260,000 before we go to Coronado, would be that let's assume they had approved 3 Mills Act contracts and had reached, let's say, $250,000, so they were bumping up against the 260. And then a 4th contract came in that would have caused the tax loss to revenue loss to be $50,000. Well, that couldn't be approved because it would go over the $260,000 threshold. So that's my understanding of way Santa Barbara and I think San Diego and a number of other cities handle that. I don't know what Coronado does or how they calculate that tax reduction limit, but I do know that when we reviewed the state revenue and taxations code, it was our conclusion that the city
Couldn't do that.
The city wouldn't be able to dictate what the tax benefit would be because it's governed by state law.
So can I ask, so the assessor, the guy from the assessor's office name is Nick. So Nick, can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, so my reading of this slide is that the city of Coronado says that the assessor can assess the property at whatever they want, but the maximum tax benefit that would flow to a homeowner in Coronado is a 50% reduction in their taxes. Would you, and maybe you can't answer this question right here on the spot, but is that something that you think might be possible that the assessor might be able to do?
No, once the contract is recorded, we have to do the valuation based on the tax code, as was mentioned earlier. And I don't think you can interfere with the valuation. I think it might be, I don't know why Coronado worded it that way, but I think it's how it was explained earlier from the speaker before you. I'm sorry, I can't see the names because they're kind of small. But it's, as far as us doing evaluation, once you approve a contract, we got to value it based on the restricted value. And I would imagine it's similar to Santa Barbara, the way you would have to do if you're trying to limit it. Once you hit a certain threshold with a certain amount of contracts, then you would look at possibly not allowing any more if you were trying to hit a threshold.
So and it's okay for me to draw this conclusion. So my conclusion from what you have said and what Mr. Pierick has said is that the city of Coronado may not be, copacetic in this line.
Well, all I can say is how we read the code, and how they do things in Coronado is how they do things, I guess. I can't speak to Coronado.
That's an okay answer.
Yeah, I'm not their city attorney, so.
Thank you.
Marnie, I had my question. You asked for any other additional questions that the council could consider, and what I would like to suggest is, and I'm using the model from Santa Barbara, is the way we have the application process. What Santa Barbara does is they accept applications from January 1st to June 30th, and then that's it, then they evaluate them. So it's not a rolling basis whenever they come in like we have right now, if someone puts one in April, someone puts one in October, that kind of thing, so that we would narrow it down to just those first 6 months, and then we can evaluate them. And that would be beneficial if we do put a threshold limit, because then once we reach that limit, further applicants would have to apply the following year. And I just have a couple more details also from Santa Barbara. They require an evaluation by an architectural historian, so perhaps that could be something that the council can discuss if we'd like to add. And they also require a property tax bill as part of the application process.
Is that it for questions?
No, I have a question.
No, I have a question too.
Go ahead.
Maybe the tax assessor can answer this. So the County of Monterey limits it to $3 million for a residential and $5 million for commercial. Is that correct, Mr. Ortega?
Yes, that's probably going to be a question better answered.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now?
Barely, but yes.
Yeah, sorry, let me see if I can adjust my volume. Okay, my microphone is all the way up. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So the thresholds as far as evaluations is probably a better question for housing and community development, because they actually determine the criteria for the contract as far as if it's something in Monterey County that's unincorporated.
Okay, but is there an exception for an exceptional property? Because I noticed in some of the other cities that have a limitation, you can always approve an exception for, let's say, a famous architect or whatever, that there is that possibility, so it doesn't totally limit you to the assessed valuations. Does Monterey County do that?
So Alex, this is Brandon here. I'm in the office. So I've been texting with my counterpart at the county, their director of community planning and building, because none of us ever sleep. We just are always working all the time. And he did confirm for me, that was the note that we passed to Marty, that properties over 3 or 5 million, depending, do not qualify for the Mills Act. However, as you're putting, there are certain criteria for an exception. What he said is by practice, most of the properties get that exception. It's a pretty broad exception at the county. They oftentimes will grant that exception, but they do have in their code over 3 million for residential, 5 million for commercial. You do not qualify for the Mills Act without proving that exception. Okay. The exception seems to prove out quite often at the county, from what he told me.
That's what I wanted clarification, so thank you.
You're welcome.
So,
Is there any other questions?
yeah, I have a question, Mayor. I'm sorry, I didn't want to.
You want to go?
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to say this, that with respect to Coronado, I think that it would be helpful if I spent a little bit of time trying to get some more information on how they do their calculation and maybe understand it a little better and report back to the council on that. So that's acceptable.
So Marnie, this question may be for a little bit of help from you and also an interpretation from the city attorney. Can you go to slide 14? And this is talking about our current policy. This is what this question involves, not anything in the future, but our current policy. Okay, our current policy says, Brian, our city attorney, what do I call you, Attorney Pyrrhic? Rule number 5. What is the rule number 5 that we talked about? Or not rule number 5, but
Findings.
the findings for number 5.
Yeah, I'll get it for you.
Equitable, fair and equitable something.
So, to be clear, this comes from chapter 17.32 of your municipal code, and it's specifically at section 17.32.010, and it is, 1732-100, and it's subsection B6C, and it sets out in section C, it says, to grant approval of a Mills Act contract, the HRB, Historic Resources Board, and City Council shall make all of the following findings, and that there's 5 that are listed.
Right, I just am interested in number 5.
I understand, I'm getting there. And so I'm going to quote to you what number 5 says, and this is finding 5. Quote, approval of the Mills Act contract will represent an equitable balance of public and private interests and will not result in substantial adverse financial impact on the city. That's what finding 5 says.
So in this slide number 14, are we talking about $9,000 to the city or $91,000 to the city?
So the city lost $9,000. The $91,000 is what the school district.
And that's not in our finding. That's not one of our findings.
Correct.
It is to the city, correct?
Well, the finding reads as I said it reads, so.
Okay. I just think that's a very important piece to this puzzle, or not puzzle, but of this document.
With respect, if we're going to have a discussion about the Mills Act contract on the house that we talked about, then we should have that discussion next month. I'm not sure where this line of question, wait, please let me finish. I'm not sure where this line of questioning is going, but I would point out that the first part of finding 5 does not say fair and equitable to the city. It says fair and equitable, period. The second half of finding number 5 says financial impact on the city, a phrase that is not part in finding number 5, the first part. So we can have this discussion. If we're going to have this discussion, I would ask, since this is part of our code, if we're going to have this discussion, I would really prefer that we have this discussion next month when we actually have the hearing.
Well, I'm trying to clarify that was presented tonight. This was what was presented tonight, and I wanted to clarify it.
Okay, that noted. Do you have your question answered?
Yes.
Okay. We're done with the question of Marnie. Thank you, Marnie. All right, now just so we're clear, I hope the public realizes that the 4 applications that were before us before will be heard at a later date. They're not going to be, no decision's been made on those. They'll be reviewed by the previous criteria, not any modifications that we make in the future. With that noted, I'll open it up for public comment. 3-minute limitation on the testimony. If you'd state your name for the record, I'd appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Polly Osborne. I'm the current president of the local chapter of the AIA. And I was shocked when I heard that you were considering not approving the Della Walker House for a Mills Act contract, being that is
a project that we're going to be discussing later.
Pardon me?
That's a project that's not really before us right now. But
okay. On the presentation by staff, I'd like to discourage as using an assessed value threshold because it goes out of date really fast around here, and the cost of real estate and the cost of construction and the cost of maintenance all go up at the same, they're all going up at the same rate, and in reference to discussion that will happen next month, you know, that building has an enormous amount of maintenance that's going to have to go on. So I'll save all that other stuff for next month, but it's I mean, when I think about 3 million, you know, it's like I bet within 5 years you can't buy a doghouse in Carmel for 3 million. So, you know. And I always also want to say that loss of revenue is a very abstract term, because it's like when a house has never sold and then suddenly it sells for millions of dollars, it's not a loss. It's just not a gain. So I know those are terms that don't mean anything, but thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Next speaker.
Hi, Jill Petker. I support historic preservation, and I think the Mills Act could be a reasonable way to encourage historic preservation. I do think there needs to be limits, though, and acknowledge that every property owner, whether it's, you know, historic or not, has to maintain their house, spend money maintaining their house. So it doesn't seem quite right to me that someone who's just doing maintenance, to the point of should the tax break be restricted to rehab versus also allowed for maintenance. I would say restoration, but not necessarily maintenance, because I'm paying maintenance too on my house and I'm not getting a tax credit. But I also I wonder if there's a way that it can be structured so that the tax break is maybe a percentage of what someone spends to restore their house. You know, I might be misunderstanding the terms that were presented for some of the applications, but I don't think anyone should ever get a tax credit equal to or more than what they're actually spending on their house. And so if it can be structured so that the tax credit is at most maybe 50% of what they've spent to restore their house, I think that would be a reasonable public-private partnership. So if that can be incorporated, I think that would be a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Carol Hall, Mayor and Council and everyone. I'll pretend I'm a little confused at this point, but I'll pretend I know what I'm talking about here. There may be some points here that are helpful. To make the public aware, there is a cost of over $3,400 to apply for a Mills Act designation, with no guarantees of approval and no refund of costs if denied. Other more hidden costs are the expense of owners paying their architect and/or builder to attend 2 tours and sit for hours in the HRB and council meetings to hear their case. Just to bring that out from the owner's perspective. Most Mills Act applicants spend considerably more to rehabilitate their historic resource than what they receive in benefits from a property tax break. This, however, needs to be analyzed in each case, and I think we're talking about that now. We've been kind of running blind because we really don't know what the county or the state's going to allow in terms of property taxes. So limits might be a really good thing to do. The applicant must prove that plans for rehabilitation of the historic property extend beyond just maintenance, so painting is maintenance, but includes specific rehabilitation associated with keeping a historic property in good shape. And to me, that's really primary. And I can go into the advantages of the Mills Act, but I'm not going to, because I think most of us understand what they are. Some council members have questioned the loss of revenue to schools because of the Mills Act, as 61% of property taxes go to education, a fair concern. However, an overwhelming increase in revenue to schools from property taxes in our county has occurred since 1995, and I sent you a graph to that effect. It's really climbed. So I don't think that what we're doing is having a major impact, $91,000. Council member Barron has twice questioned the need for approval of the Mills Act for properties owned by wealthy investors. We must not hinge approval based on the financial portfolio of the applicant. We must concentrate on the historic resource itself, not the owner. How much is enough wealth to deny an application? Is it liquid wealth to spend on a project? How would we determine this? Is this our business? Can a person of any wealth just not invest in their historic property? Of course, they can let it deteriorate. Aren't we here to save our historic buildings rather than concern ourselves with an individual's financial portfolio? That said, maybe the county should inform on the amount of property tax break on a property before approval so we can determine if it is warranted based on rehab plans. And that's what the lady just before me spoke to. Let's not make it a profit-making act. Let's keep it at least somewhat below what they're actually going to be paying for in rehabilitation, but encourage them to take care of their house. I like the idea of limits on the tax revenue losses, and $3 million, as our AIA president said, it seems like a doghouse level in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you, staff, for a great presentation. And my name is Christopher Barlow. I'm a partner at Waldbrunke Dost Architects. And as an architect with a strong interest in historic preservation, I'd like to join the mayor in pointing out that the work of great architecture is like a work of art. There's really no tangible value that you should place on it. Historic structures are part of our national culture, and the Mills Act is one of the few remaining programs that sustain that and enhance that culture. I understand from past meetings that certain members of the City Council have become detractors of the Mills Act because of the tax savings that result from it. However, I think that really, if the City Council is purporting to speak for the public, then where is the public's interest in the continued maintenance of these landmarks fall? I heard the remark here that this spreadsheet that I've heard demanded over the last 5 or 6 Mills Act hearings, you're not interested in it. I don't think that's fair for the staff to put that together, because it does prove that for the city, the average tax rate savings aggregated is about 63.1, which is much less than the 75% I've heard previously. Furthermore, looking at the language of the financial impact on the city specifically, looking at that number for about $10,000, the city has compelled dozens of private homeowners to maintain their properties in immaculate condition. And I'd say, if I was the city putting together a program like that, that's an incredible bargain. And there's very few programs that can do that. And I think, really, without speaking to the project specific to that triggered this meeting that we're all having here, I can bring another example of Mills Act, a successful Mills Act, and it touches on all the bases we're talking about: residential versus commercial, public benefit. Recently, actually over the past 10 years, I've been working with a local resident here in Carmel on a Union Ice Factory, which is a historic building in Monterey. That client put millions of dollars into a building that she bought for $1 million and restored it immaculately. Won the Preservationist of the Year from the from the Monterey County here, and that was awarded here in Carmel. After that, couldn't afford to hold on to the place, sold it, and another developer bought the property for $3 million. And that was an act that the developer did. Instead of hoarding these tax savings, he actually donated the property to the Community Human Services. And right on Saturday, that building opened up as a shelter for 35 homeless women, children. So there is a public benefit.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next speaker. I assume this may be the last speaker, so.
Thank you, Mayor Potter and members of the council. My name's Jason Rutterer, and I'm here on behalf of Esperanza Carmel. I 100% concur with your city attorney, and I appreciate the clarification that any decision tonight that the council might make to modify the Mills Act policy would not apply to these 4 applications, in particular Esperanza's. I appreciate that clarification. That's mainly what I was here to talk about. So that means that it's the 5 specific findings that are set forth in your ordinance that will apply to these applications. The applications aren't going to be judged based on the wealth of the applicant and whether the applicant can afford to implement the rehabilitation and maintenance plan that's been put forward. It's not going to be based on the assessed value of the property, and the decision needs to be based on the impacts to the city, as Councilmember Richards mentioned earlier. I also just wanted to point out, and it wasn't mentioned in the staff report, that the general plan, which is basically your constitution that governs land use decisions, includes some pretty strong language surrounding preservation and maintenance of historic resources. So the land use element, specifically page 1-7, states the city is charged with protecting and preserving the established design character of Carmel, as well as its historic resources. And there's a goal, G1-5, in the land use element that says, quote, provide incentives for property owners to preserve and rehabilitate historic resources. To further that goal, there's an objective that states pursue and support the use of appropriate state, local, and private grants, loans, tax credits, and tax relief, develop or assist financial, technical, and legal assistance programs to encourage or assist with the rehabilitation and maintenance. So I just wanted to point those 2 things out, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else wishing to speak?
Hi, Christy Ramers again. I wanted to say that I greatly support the Mills Act program, and I also understand the frustration that all the 4 applications or applicants have with the delay of their application process. I hope they can understand that it is important for the council to have all the information they need to make an informed decision to approve or deny an application. The 5th requirement is approval of the Mills Act contract will represent an equitable balance of public and private interests and will not result in a substantial adverse financial impact on the city. You, the City Council, nor the Historic Resource Board can make a sound decision on an application without an estimate evaluation on the property. I have read the Mills Act programs from Santa Barbara, Ojai, San Francisco, Mill Valley, San Luis Obispo, and Los Angeles. And all of them have the estimate from the assessor recorder as part of the application when it comes before you. You need to be able to answer the questions, is this an equitable balance of public and private interests? Will honoring this contract result in substantial adverse financial impact on the city and the entities that receive benefit from the property taxes like our schools? I support bringing back the current applications when they are complete, meaning until you can fully answer the questions in requirement number 5, with an estimate from the property tax loss. Because the program affects our schools and our bottom line, I ask that we also relook at the program to make the application process much more strategic. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, that appears to be the last speaker in the House. Is there anybody in the Zoom world?
Yes, Illumination, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Potter and Council. I am a supporter of the Mills Act, very much so, and thrilled to see the attention that the Council is giving to the proper application of this to Carmel-by-the-Sea. I am particularly attuned to your concern about loss of tax revenue. And I do have a question. In the spreadsheet that was attached to today's agenda, attachment 6, the list of Mills Act's contracts in Carmel, they all seem to have a 20-year contract, and the cumulative tax breaks for several of them are actually greater than the cost of the renovations that were reported. For instance, the Enoch A. Lewis House, the Lloyd C. Miller Cottage, Francis Whitaker College, and Las Abuelas. That this suggests over 20 years that you're going to have, the city will have a loss of tax revenue without a companion benefit of historic preservation. So my question is kind of twofold. Is this common in other Mills Act cities? And the second part of my question would be, would this provide council with some guidelines in order to mitigate tax loss by capping it at audited cost of renovations? Thank you.
Thank you. Was that Michelle?
Mel?
Okay. All right, good, thank you. Is there anybody else?
Yes, we have one more speaker. Stephen, go ahead and unmute. Stephen Hilliard.
Last call,
You need to
Steve.
unmute yourself. I just gave you permission, and then you can speak.
Steve, work with us.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we
go
can
ahead.
now.
Yeah, okay.
We're starting
All
our
right.
time now.
Okay, on the, I'm having, I'm getting feedback from my hearing aids. So I'm just going to talk. On the issue of whether or not you could have a lower assessed valuation, or if you can negotiate that, you can. Apparently, as stated in the guidelines for the assessment enforceability restrictions on historic properties, which is in your packet, on page 3, it says the parties to a historical property agreement may stipulate the minimum annual income to be capitalized, in which case the income to be capitalized may not be less than the stipulated amount, which is the statutory amount. This, of course, opens up a great deal of opportunities to limit the impact on the city, as well as correlating the tax relief to the amount of the work that's scheduled to be done. And now I can't hear you, but that's all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
There are no more speakers on
Is there
Zoom.
anybody else in the room wishing to speak? Close the public comment period, bring it back to council for deliberation. Do we have any questions that we need to have answered?
I don't think so, Mr. Mayor.
I didn't hear any.
I have a question,
Yeah.
a suggestion. You know, Alessandra talked a minute ago about a possible change to the process that we, and I know that's not one of Marnie's, I know that that's not one of the points that Marnie put up, but Alessandra talked about Santa Barbara's, you know, sort of regimented process about how they do this stuff. And there was something else in the Santa Barbara thing that, you know, I would be interested in seeing. And there was a list of what's allowed in the approved plans. So we've talked about, you know, I've talked before about whether we should subsidize things. And I know that Santa Barbara does subsidize exterior paint. I've talked about whether we should be doing that or not. You know, I think, and I don't know whether we've subsidized landscaping. You know, that includes like plants. So I don't know whether, you know, I think we should have a discussion about the things that we should, you know, the boundaries for the types of renovations that we should be subsidizing.
All right.
So that was my requested sort of addition to that list that Marnie put up.
Okay.
Mayor, can I make a suggestion?
I think Alessandro was next.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, just, I agree with what Jeff was saying, and they really focus on rehabilitation and restoration. And I actually like the whole application. It's 23 pages long, but it's so well done. I would actually recommend that we actually borrow parts of it, because it's just so thorough, and I was just really impressed with how well it's put together.
Bobby?
Yeah, for tonight, would it make sense if we came up with a pause program where we accept the 4 applications and we talk about them next meeting or whenever, and under the current policy, and we don't accept any more applications until we come up with a new policy, or if we keep this policy, or with whatever we do, we just don't accept any more Mills Act applications until we come up with that.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah,
We
I would-
heads north-south.
I would support
Not
that.
Going east-west, okay.
We can
Yeah, I
make a
could support that
moratorium
as
or
well.
some kind of a pause or a halt till we can review the policy and not take any more applications till we've done that. And we may even need, I dare not say another ad hoc committee, but maybe that would be the way that we can go over the details, because it's a lot of items that you really would need to be able to spend the time to go over, rather than right now we're kind of just tossing them out. Poor Marnie's got a list going of everything we've suggested, but that might be one way to do it.
Jeff and Bobby?
Yeah, I concur. I like the idea of a pause. I like the idea of tightening up our policy. Our policy is just very open, very loose, and it probably was because we didn't think of all the things that have come up in the meantime. We also have seen such a really inflation of the properties that we, maybe 3 million and 5 million would be too low at this point, but we should look at some sort of tightening up. And I agree, I really don't think we should be paying for plants and landscaping when keeping the house, the building intact and in good repair is probably our primary first purpose. I also noticed something in there that they require the property to be visible to the public. And I rather like that, because I think that's a benefit to the community if we can see it. And we have a couple properties we have approved that are behind great big fences or big hedges that no one can enjoy or see the properties at all. So there are many things in this Santa Barbara packet that I think we could borrow and use very nicely here in our community. And I do hope the attorney talks to Coronado and finds out how they interpret that, and get the real answers on whether we can come up with limitations. I do think the loss to the schools, even though we don't have the schools within our city limit, is substantial. It doesn't sound substantial when you look at it, but that would hire a teacher, at least one probably. And there are other losses that come with that forgiveness of taxes. There are other things. There's the water district. There's, there are several things in that. So it's not just the schools and us. The other thing, Carmel doesn't have any industry other than tourism and the wonderful houses that we have. And in a way, our houses are some of our industry. And I think thinking about it in those terms is probably different, but we also should be benefiting from the inflation of the prices in our town. Not just individually if we sell our properties, but part of that is an increase in taxes. And we want so many good things in this town. We want clean streets, we want beautiful medians, we want lots of beautification and other things, and part of that is paid by our property taxes that come in. So we do need to be fiduciarily responsible with how much we forgive, and that it goes to the true restoration of the property. And there's lists of things in the Santa Barbara one that Alessandra talked about what is okay and what isn't okay. And so I do think that this is a great start for us, and other communities have good Mills Act as well. Ours is just a little too loose for my
So under direction,
taste.
then I think I hear consensus that we'll have an ad hoc committee of Richards and Barron, and go ahead and deal with this. We'll get it back to council.
Can I, before, so thank you. And Bobby, I'll apologize to you for my outburst before in public. But before we do that, before Bobby and I embark on this little adventure, could we go down, could we take the temperature of the council and go down these questions?
You can do it
Before
quickly.
could we spend like 5 or 10 minutes here, as long as, because I'm kind of prepared to go down the questions, and I'm sure Karen and Alessandra and Bobby and Dave are prepared to go down them too, and I think that that would be really helpful.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, so Marnie, do you want to come up and walk us through these?
Wait, I can do it, Mr. Mayor, if you'd like, just if that's okay. I mean,
Fine.
you know, the first, if that's okay, Marnie? Just limiting the program to certain land uses, i.e. residential versus commercial. We only have residential and commercial. So any desire to prohibit one of our basically 2 land uses in the village?
No.
Okay. Second question is, do you want to think about establishing an assessed value threshold as other jurisdictions have?
Possibly.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Third question is, do you want to establish a maximum threshold for lost tax revenue through a program?
Yes.
Yes.
You don't say yes or no, you potentially is potentially.
Yeah. Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, okay, we got
Yes.
to go north-south.
Yes, thank you. Should properties be rehabilitated, that are rehabilitated prior to entering into Mills Act contract to qualify for the program if the only future work is maintenance?
I say no.
And then let's throw.
And you're asking everybody, right? We all get to say no.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, I heard Alessandra say no, and you were getting ready to go
I'm watching
ahead.
heads. I mean,
Okay,
this isn't, you're
so
not voting on it.
I'm
but
just checking.
It'll help guide the, we put those.
So I would say no.
Okay.
I would say no as well, because I think that's a slippery slope to work that was done.
Then I have anher question though.
Can I ask the last question? Kind of the extra bonus question is whether things, landscaping, routine painting,
Yes.
routine maintenance should be included
so why
or
don't,
not.
my suggestion on that, but why don't you let me and Bobby go down that list? You know,
Okay.
we heard Alessandra and Karen's comments about, I think, what they thought, and I think we could take the Santa Barbara list and the things that they said and our own, we didn't say anything, and our own thoughts and sort of go down that list.
I'm sorry for
Okay,
cutting you
well,
off.
no, that's okay. Since I will be part of this ad hoc committee, I'd like to hear from the 3 of you up front. I am a fan of the Mills Act, and I want to encourage people to do it because I think it does encourage restoration, or not restoration, but rehabilitation and maintenance of these properties. So I want to make sure that all of us are in favor of the Mills Act, or is there anybody that's really would like to see it go away?
No, I think it's wonderful. I'm in favor of it. I just think that we've been too lax and it's being taken advantage of and it's strayed from its original intent. And I think if we put a few restrictions on it, it'll get back closer to the original intent.
What I'm afraid of is if we put limits like $3 million or whatever, then the first couple applicants will get it and the others won't.
Well, they'll have to wait. It'll be like Santa Barbara, and especially if we do a system where we get the applicants from January through June, and then if they meet that threshold, they'll have to just apply the following year.
Okay.
So they're still eligible if they meet the other criteria, but they may just have to wait a little while.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, to that specific point, there were 2 sort of limits. One was a limit on the property tax value of the individual properties. And there was a completely separate methodology of limiting the sort of total impact to school, to the city and to schools in the county, right? I want to make sure I'm tracking what you're saying. And so I think those 2 things, my interpretation is that those 2 things are separate, right? So we could choose to impose a property, an individual property cap, but not impose an annual limit, right?
Again, that's something we get into at the ad hoc level.
Okay.
I do think it's very important, though, that we look at the application period being at the beginning of the year and end at, say, June or July, so that it gives the staff time and it's not coming up to a December meeting where people are nervous about their tax deduction. So if it happens early enough in the year, it gives us more time to do that, and there isn't this big push. and definitely a discussion of what it is to cover and what it does not cover.
And I can recap, Mr. Mayor, your discussion.
I'm sorry, I have one more thing. And that's, Marty talked about, and this requires your cooperation, Chip. Marty talked about the $3,300 fee that we charge for the, for the initial assessment. But my question is, what are we doing? I think my impression is we could do a better job of sort of managing our portfolio of contracts. And there's a cost associated with that. So
Yes,
what are we going to do? Do we charge, do you want, I would ask the council, do you want to waive those costs, or do you want to charge Mills Act fees, Mills Act people in the future, a couple $100 to maintain their contracts that they have to pay for the staff time that's involved in going out and looking at?
It's a great question. So there is a fee. It's a processing fee. So it goes
there is a fee already to do that.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's what. And Carol, Mrs. Hall talked about. I think it's $3,460
No,
something.
I'm talking. So that $3,400 is the fee to do the initial work.
The initial fee.
And I'm talking about the 10 years of work.
Something that the ad hoc can look at as well.
Well, I'm asking, right, and so I'm asking, the three of you.
Well, I absolutely see that we are going to have increased costs with the inspections, and the inspection should be done. One of the problems with some of the cities is that there's lax enforcement of those inspections, and then work gets done that's not approved, and then we put the staff in the position of having to go back and correct things that weren't done according to the plans. And we want these to be quality restorations, not 5 years later, oops, you put the wrong lights up, or you didn't put in what you said you were going to. So I think, we will have increased costs as this program becomes more used and popular. So I think we have to look at that, because we don't want this to be a burden on our planning department without actual compensation for the work that they are doing, because we want the program to be quality.
I think it's the issue why it's a good question for the ad hoc to deal with.
Yep, I got it down. So.
Okay.
So
All right.
to recap, just to reiterate, the 4 applications that you reviewed in October will be reviewed under the existing statute and policy. And they'll be
as to when we're going to do that, Robbie and I will do agenda review next
Tuesday.
First 2 weeks. When are we doing?
Next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday. We'll take that up then.
Yes. So
We'll see what the calendar can afford for the most immediate meeting.
Yeah. So we'll do that. Number one, we got great direction from you. And then based on Mr. Richards' comments to not accept new applications, we will bring back to you an urgency ordinance in the form of a moratorium on applications until we change the program, if we change the program and bring it back to you for adoption.
Okay, good direction.
Thank you,
All right,
Council.
why don't we move on then to the next item, which is a level 2 notable home incentive program proposal. Marnie, you have this one. I think it's more.
This is your
Is there a little water?
There's a little bit left. Yeah.
Got a long arm.
I know.
I'm just helping you, but.
Hey, Nova.
It's a little risky.
Can we have some more water?
That's good. There's a little bit left.
I'll take it. And then
Okay.
Nova will show.
Thanks, Nova.
Thank you.
Alrighty, as the crowd thins, could we get going? Marnie. Guys, take your discussions outside, please. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay, so the next item on your agenda is the Level 2 Notable Home Incentive Program proposal. The city's Historic Resources Board has met over the series of 5 or so meetings to discuss this proposal. And they did vote at their July meeting to have staff bring this proposal before the city council for consideration. So this is another sort of red light, green light project. We're looking for some feedback from the council on whether or not this is something you want us to add to our work plan and continue to pursue. So The proposal has been primarily authored by Historic Resources Board member Carol Hall. Again, it has been reviewed by the full board. They have provided input on the proposal, and refinements have been made based on their input. The premise of the program is to save selected non-historic Carmel homes from demolition or extensive remodeling. The stated purpose really is to recognize notable Carmel homes and further preserve Carmel's unique residential architectural character by saving the homes that reflect this character but may not qualify under the local historic preservation ordinance as a historic resource. So the proposal that is before you this evening provides a basic framework to identify what a notable home would be and some potential incentives that might encourage an owner to restore the existing home rather than demolish or extensively remodel it. So again, what's before you this evening is a discussion on whether or not to add this to our work program, and then if so, to assign a priority. So is it low, medium, or high? And then also, if the council does choose to pursue this program, we'd just like to get some more feedback on whether we should create an ad hoc committee, since we're on a roll with that tonight. Whether it should be a pilot program, a policy, or a zoning code amendment. Certainly these are things that could be decided at a later date. But really what we're trying to do is just get your feedback on the concept of this proposal and whether we should continue to further develop it. So Board Member Carol Hall is here this evening and can also speak to the proposal since it was something that she initially developed. And with that, I will turn it over to Board Member Hall.
Carol, how much time would you like for your presentation?
5 minutes?
Okay, sure.
Okay. I think I can do it in 5.
Okay.
Okay, well, Marnie has already given you the mission statement, and she told me I was to sell the program, and I'm not a salesperson, so it'll have to stand on its own feet, I'm afraid. But let me fill you in on our thinking about this and how we see it potentially working. There are lots of little pieces that need to be put together, so if it becomes a pilot program, we would go slowly and work our way through it. We have actually one other group in Newport Beach that has actually 2 years ago started the very same program. I was really surprised to find that out just recently, and I talked to them, and they are willing to help us any way they can with their own experiences in regard to this, and they found it valuable in decreasing demolitions, not eliminating them, but decreasing them with their notable homes. As it stands now, there are no protections for any non-historic homes in Carmel-by-the-Sea. And protected historic homes are estimated to be less than 10% of our housing stock. This program doesn't just lock in protections because it is a voluntary incentive program. It gives people choices, but it is a step, I believe, in the right direction to try and encourage people to keep a home that we consider part of our beautiful community. So this voluntary incentive program is a positive way to keep Carmel's unique character, not a negative. And I know that you received a proposal that was around 8 pages long. I had started with a 20-page proposal, so you can be thankful for that. We cut it down considerably. And you know from the table that there are many fewer restrictions on whether something becomes potentially a notable home versus a historic home. There are many less requirements if someone were to voluntarily take that on. The criteria for notable homes, so if someone came in, and hopefully before they actually do their plans to save them some money, the planning staff has a simple 4 or 5 checklist to determine whether it might be something that they would be interested in. They can explain the program to them or hand them a brochure, and then the owner or the developer can decide whether they want to be a part of the program. And of course, the incentives are the draw for these people. So the criteria are that the building is at least 70 years old, that it will most likely be track 2 rather than track 1, because we're talking about some major renovations here. And that also requires planning commission review or design review board review if that comes to fruition. The program does not include decks, patios, landscaping, roof, or other repairs or replacements in kind. It's talking about the structure itself. And the house has to be a representative of a cottage in a village in the forest. And we have several criteria for how that is. And it's also a message to new people coming to town and developers that we do care about our traditional housing stock. Whether they agree to be a part of this or not, it gives them pause at least, so that maybe it would help influence them in that direction. How this all came about was 6.5 years ago, I bought a quintessential Carmel cottage that was built by Denny and Watrous in 1927, and it sits on 2 3/4 lots. And so I knew that it was probably going to be demolished. It was in bad shape. And it made me sick because it was just the perfect Carmel cottage in so many respects. And for me, it was a motivation to save it. And hopefully for others, there will be some of that motivation too. But the incentive program is going to be key, I think, to whether a lot of people hop on board with this. And that has yet to be developed more closely and with the planning department. So the pilot program, as I mentioned, is a work in process. If we can go ahead with that, it's mostly the work of our Historic Resources Board. The 1988 General Plan actually references something to this effect, which I found very interesting. It doesn't go into any detail, but it does. And then, as I mentioned, in Newport Beach, there is a precedent also that they are doing this very thing. And we get people coming to the farmers market all the time that say, oh, this is happening in our neighborhoods too. This is happening to our village or our town. So it's not just in Carmel-by-the-Sea. And so the idea is to make the client aware of the program before they submit plans, as I said. The incentives could include reduced fees, flexible requirements such as setback reductions, parking allowances, increased lot coverage within limits. Any of these can be within limits, and other site-specific criteria would depend on the individual project, what would make the most sense in terms of an incentive. And that's where we would have to set limits as well as spell out specifically what we are willing to do incentive-wise, in terms of loss of money to the city and all of that, if it indeed would occur. We don't know the volume yet of homes that would come through as notable home projects, and we don't think it's going to be a heavy load. We think it's going to be a fairly light load, but there again, the pilot would give us an idea of what that load would be. And also, the planning department has a few other things on their list right now, such as design guidelines updates and housing element and all of that. We would love to have a link within the updated design guidelines to the Notable Home Program so that people know right then and there that it exists. But like I said, we can take this slowly. We have taken it slowly. We realize that the planning department has a lot on their plate right now. But we would like to keep working on it and try a few homes and see what happens with it.
Thank you, Carol. You're kind of exceeding your own self-induced time limit.
Okay, I'm almost there.
Okay.
The HRB unanimously voted to send it to you for a green light, and we would appreciate your support for further investigation into this concept. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carol, appreciate it. All right, is there anybody wishing to speak to this item in the public?
Linda Calafiore. The council, with plenty of public input, regularly prioritizes projects and expenditure of funds in an exhaustive and professional manner. At 2 recent public meetings, I have heard expressed that the council is taking on too much and needed to slow things down, an opinion I do not share. I respect and admire the deliberative process that identifies the projects that have a significant impact on our community, especially those having to do with fire protection. I have not heard any homeowners I know express they wanted to develop another home preservation procedure. Let's concentrate on the things that we've already identified as priorities and important. And do I need to mention that the Scout House is still an eyesore in a key corner of our village? Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
Neil Cruz, Mayor, council members, I just want to underline what Carol was saying about the 1988 general plan. I don't know how to use glasses. Preserve the existing housing supply and character, 03-3, and P3-13, establish a housing conservation program. So this was part of the general plan of Carmel. And just one paragraph, architectural, cultural, historic resources element. An architectural, cultural, historic resources element has been included in Carmel-by-the-Sea's general plan because there are buildings and sites within the community that may be deemed to have architectural, cultural, historic significance. This is not a required element under the California state planning law. It is important to note at the outset that this element does not name those individual buildings or sites that should be identified as an architectural, cultural, historic resource, except for those listed in the Natural Registry of Historic Places. Instead, it establishes the objectives, policies, and guidelines by which specific buildings and sites may be designated. So Carol's not reinventing the wheel. She's refining it and making it better than it was in the past, but that was already part of the city general plan. And a lot of work was done on this by Enid Sales, so we're well down the road on this already. She has a list of historic homes that she did, and that survey could be updated. This is extremely important, particularly in the village of Carmel, where the preservation of the village character and the architecture is so important to us. And then just one last note, you guys, I meant to say this earlier on. The statement that was made about the children and the children's rights was absolutely beautiful. And I want to thank all of you and whoever had anything to do with that statement protecting children's rights. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Neil. Anybody else wishing to speak tonight on this topic? Ms. Billig, come forward.
Mayor and Council, Melanie Billig. I'd like to give my wholehearted support to this project. For those of you who walk around town, I think in the last number of years you've really noticed how not historic houses, but just the fabric of our community is being diminished by very large houses on very small lots, few trees because trees for some reason aren't being planted as per code. And Carmel is just a whole fabric of very interesting and unusual homes and just buildings. And that's what people love about coming here. It's very European feeling to them. It's a very human scale feeling to them. And what this project would do would be not to create any increased historic status, but to recognize the fabric of this community and how unusual it is. You don't find this every place you go. This is totally unique to Carmel, and that's why people come here. As you aptly pointed out, Karen, This is our industry. Our industry is our history. Our industry is our cultural heritage and our architectural heritage. And if we don't preserve that, who's going to come here? Do you think people are going to just come like any other, beachside city in California that's lost all of its character? It's just become so urbanized. And sure, they have a beach, but we have better beach, a more beautiful beach. And that's because we consciously take care of that. We need to take care of our architectural history too, and our cultural history. So I encourage you to give this some thought. And I know you've got a very busy schedule. I'm always reminding some of you of that. But you don't have to do this today. This can be done tomorrow. But just let the historical committee work on this and perfect it with staff when there's time to do that. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Melanie. Appreciate it. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
Real quick, because I know it's a long meeting. Christy Ramers, I really agree with what Melanie just said, but I just have a few concerns about the incentives, such as the greater site coverage allowed, setback requirements reduced, just because I think the importance of the notable homes are that they are smaller homes, so we don't want to see those lots being built out to the edges. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Anybody else wish to speak tonight? Anybody zooming?
We do have one speaker on Zoom, Nancy Toomey. You can go ahead and unmute.
Yes, I would like to ditto what some of the prior speakers have said, that I definitely support this concept as something that needs to be a sanctioned project, but also support the fact that it shouldn't be an immediate priority and be evaluated as the strategic priorities are looked at their twice a year cycle, as you're doing, and we all appreciate. So don't lose it in the shuffle, keep it on the list. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else wish to speak? There's somebody in the house.
Hey, Hans Buder. I am one of the tormented souls who owns one of these 280 historic homes here in Carmel. And so I wanted to add a nuanced dissenting voice, which is, I believe that Carmel is all about charm. And I think that there's confusion about what is detracting from that charm. I think what's detracting from that charm is, certain buildings that are getting built that don't fit in with the style of what Carmel is. So up on like 6th and Carpenter, there's a, modernist, black and, boxy thing going in there. And you're sort of like, who approved that? Or there's a big ADU going in that's like twice as big as the actual house. Those are the things that detract from the charm of Carmel. Certainly having historic properties that are designated historic can contribute to the fabric of what's great about Carmel. But when you start getting to the point where 10% of the properties are designated as historic, you get these edge cases. Like, for example, our house is kind of an edge case. I'd argue that like some others on our street are an edge case. And, it's just kind of an odd concept that, a few people on a board can say, hey, I want to take that house, your house. I bought a house that was historic, but if I owned a house and all of a sudden somebody came along and said, hey, your house turned 50 years old today, and we're going to turn it historic, which is going to have a big impact on your property value and what you can do to your house, I think I would probably go ballistic. So when I think about that, this obviously is an incentive program, but when you think about going further in that direction, I already just think it's too expansive. When we're talking about properties now that are built in like 1973 that we're going to call historic, I mean, at some point it does become kind of laughable. it is a laudable goal, you know, at the end of the day, to try to preserve the charm of Carmel. So subtle distinction, I don't necessarily think that it's just preserving every building that was built, you know, more than 50 years ago. I mean, I think that the nature of the architecture and what you do with the architectural guidelines, I would argue, are more important. And honestly, there are some of these historic houses. There's one right across the street from me. Lovely 9-year-old lady who lives in it. She calls it the chicken coop and says it should be torn down. And if you looked at it, you would agree. And so I just, like, sometimes it just can become a little bit too much, so.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Anybody else wishing to speak tonight? We'll close the public comment period, bring it back to council.
Brian, I'm sorry, I have to, he just brought up a important point. Should I recuse myself from this because I own a property that is historic?
No.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions either for Marnie or Carol, or just maybe they're hypothetical. I can just put them out there. But I just have some questions on the program. For example, would a property owner pay to get a historic evaluation on a property and then find out that it's not historic? Or how does the process even get started? Do you want me to ask my other ones? Another hypothetical I have is, if something gets a level 2 designation and it's sold, does it get recorded with the assessor's office so it will then apply to the next owner? And then furthermore, how much can an owner change and who gets to decide, and would it go to the Historic Resources Board? I mean, these are just like details about the program.
And I would say, if I can kind of tack on to Alessandra's question, like one of my questions for Carol, and I would ask, I think Carol's the right person to ask, is like, what is the feeling of, so let's assume that just being level 2 is voluntary for a minute. What's the feeling?
It is.
Yeah. So what is the feeling in terms of you guys and gals about like what the owner of a level 2 house is allowed to do? Like, on one hand, you're talking about a house, so preserving the housing stock that makes Carmel charming is important. I think it's certainly important to me, and my guess is it would be important to everybody. But some of the things that you have described, like what Christy brought up, like increasing the site coverage, like the implication there is that you're increasing the site coverage, the house is getting bigger. Mm-hmm. So my question for you, for the HRB and you, since you're here, is like, what's your vision in terms of like what someone with a level 2 house is allowed to do? Mm-hmm. Like, can you take an 800 square foot level 2 house and turn it into a 1,200 square foot level 2 house, or a 1,600 square foot level 2 house? Or like, have you thought about like what the limits are? And
well, that's something we would have to determine, I think. It would probably be more than 15%, which the Mills Act requires, 15% or less. We always talk about toward the back. We want to maintain the look of the cottage, the small look of the cottage in the front at least. I think on my house, I thought, well, what if I was looking for incentives, what would I have done? What would I have asked for? And one was that impermeable surfaces. I had to take up a lovely Carmel stone, 1927 Carmel stone patio to meet my requirements for seepage, whatever you call it, permeable surfaces, yeah. And it was actually stricter than a new house required. And I thought, gee, this doesn't seem right. Another example was there was one place I could put a garage, and it was near an oak tree. In the back of the garage was an oak tree. And I had to pay $1,800 at the time, I'm sure it's doubled now, to move the garage forward 3 feet to keep it 6 feet from the base of the oak tree, because I wasn't going to tear down I wasn't going to cut down the oak tree. So it was kind of a catch-22 where I got billed for staying with code in a sense. And I thought, well, maybe in this case, there could be something there that allowed me keep the oak tree, save the oak tree by putting the garage in farther forward than would be allowed, 3 feet into the setback stone, that kind of thing. It required a garage because of the width of the lot, so I had to have a garage. Anyway, 2-car garage, actually.
Okay.
Because it was, that kind of thing.
All right, any other questions?
So it would be an individual kind of thing where we'd look at every case and what would make sense incentive-wise in that case. And if it were, we don't want large houses, obviously. We don't want houses that it would ruin the look of the cottage itself. That would defeat the whole purpose of the program. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you, Carol. Okay. Council members, your druthers? I mean, I'm not opposed to the concept, but I think right now it's a little bit too much to be biting off for me.
Yeah.
Jeff?
I agree with you. Thank you, Carol, for the explanation. I think that there's something here. Like, I think that I think that this, we've all talked about this, and, the design, the design traditions are supposed to be, that's supposed to lead to houses in the forest. And so these concepts, seem like they sort of belong there. In that other effort that's sort of going on. So I'm worried about the work. Like, I think the idea is good. I'm worried about the work. I'm worried about the fact that all the things that the HRB lists under leniency regarding the following, those are all zoning code items. Like, these are not, like, those aren't waivable by your staff. Like, you can't make the decision that, this house is allowed to have more impermeable property or tree removals. I'll say that so Karen doesn't get started, or violations of volumetrics or bulk plane. Like, you can't, like, those aren't things that, like, I don't understand how, like, I think the idea is good, but I don't yet see how the idea fits into this set of, as we go to objective guidelines.
So I guess then to Carol and company, perhaps they could work on it themselves without staff for a while. I don't want to be taking them a lot more staff time out of the process. We've got them kind of consumed by so many other things.
I think that I don't want to kill it and say, don't work on it.
What if it came back to us after we adopted a design review team or commissioners?
Well, how about when we just had the design review committee put together? Yeah, that's a good idea. I think that's one of our primary focuses right now. We all are frustrated that hasn't happened yet, and we've been having had issues with staff time on that. So I'd like to see the design review committee get put in place. We can find maybe a place to park this and that.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I agree with you, and just the timing of this right now doesn't seem right, but it's certainly laudable, and we all want to do everything we can to preserve our historic homes and homes that are almost
good
historic,
homes.
or that represent our architectural history. But there clearly are, like the questions that we brought up and details that need to be thought through further, and perhaps at a better time. And I certainly don't want to take much of staff's time right now, especially with everything else that we are working on.
Yeah, I feel similar. We've got so many things hanging out there that we have to finish, and this should not jump ahead of anything. My other concern was, as I read through it, is that some of the stuff in there, and I realize it's a pilot, but it just seemed really squishy and very, very subjective. Like, if the HRB commission changed in the future, and, as people go on and off commissions, where would the understanding be about what was okay, what was notable, what wasn't notable? And I don't really like all of the exceptions to setbacks and permeable and some of those things. Those requirements were thought out over a long period of time and are being thought out now as well, through the design traditions, which I know, Carol, you participate in quite regularly. But I just think it's wrong timing right now, and I don't want to green light something that is still so, I don't know, nebulous, I guess is the word.
If it's getting into specifics, I'd be concerned that I'm a builder by trade. I'm also the mayor of this town. I've also built some homes that go on cruise to design. Is that going to be a criteria to make it notable or exceptional? I mean, honestly, I'd be a little concerned about that. It's just a question I'd have. Where would something like that fall? And Mayor Potter and activist Cornelio and Cruz built some homes. All of a sudden, it's a poster child for something that needs preserving. I don't know. And it seems it's very nebulous. I guess my issue. So, yeah. So with that note, we've got direction on that then. So let's move on.
Thanks, Council. And what we'll do is I'll keep it on us. We'll keep it on our priority list. We'll bring it back after we finish the design traditions, which will theoretically include the establishment of a design review board, and we'll go from there.
It's not on the priority list right now.
No.
So you said we'll keep it on.
No,
it's not on.
If I said that, I misspoke, ma'am.
You did.
I apologize. We will not keep it on. We will not put it on the priority list. We'll keep it as a sticky note.
Yeah, but I would
attached to the priority
say, I have Carol and I have this sort of ongoing debate about modern architectural houses, and I would point out that there's a really nice, mid-century modern house on my block that fits right into the forest. I mean, I think that I'm happy to have you noodle with it. I don't think Marnie needs to deal with it, but if you want to take up commission time, if the HRB wants to, I think there may be something here. So if the HRB, from my perspective, if the HRB wants to agendize it and talk about it, I'm okay with that.
Councilmember Filito reminds me that I need to make sure I humanize. I don't use the C word, which is capacity, but the planning staff is I appreciate all of you identifying the fact that the planning staff is burdened with existing council priorities. So I would kindly ask that, I think some of you talked about having individuals work on it by themselves, which would be great, rather than having staff have a role in it at this point in time, until we can bring it forward to determine in the future whether it should be a priority. So that'd be my request, please, Council.
Is that different from what I said?
Yes, sir. You suggested that the HRB would noodle on it, I think was the word you used.
I apologize. My meaning was that the 5 commission members could noodle on it without staff's involvement. Staff's involvement would be putting it on the agenda. Is that?
It's that sometimes draws staff into it, and again, they can't do it by themselves if it's a potential project because of Brown Act violations. So potential Brown Act violations. So we got some good comments. We'll work. Marnie and Brandon and I will work with Ms. Hall and the rest of the HRB.
You brought up something. I thought I read in there was something about some of these things could go through email, and that was a red flag for me because we cannot.
No,
yeah,
that's a violation of the Brown Act.
So, okay.
Thank you.
All right, why don't we move on to the public hearing items then? We'll go ahead and deal with Resolution 2023-103, selecting the overhead and underground utility conversion project and establishing the Carmel Underground Utility District utilizing Rule 20A alterations. Okay, I'm sure the reason why a lot of people are here tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening.
I believe that I have to recuse because my property is within 500 feet of one of the potential projects, but I am going to respectfully speak from the audience as a representative of Friends of Mission Trail.
Yes, I have advised Councilmember Filito that based on the conflict, that she does need to recuse herself and leave the dais. However, she is allowed to remain in the chambers as a member of the public. She'd be entitled to 3 minutes, and she should be entitled to speak on this item as it affects her personal interest.
3 minutes? Only 3 minutes?
3 minutes. Well noted. We'll get the light going.
Okay, let's get this started. So this is a public hearing for to select an overhead to underground utility conversion project and to establish the Carmel Underground Utility District utilizing PG&E Rule 20A allocations. First, I wanted to give a shout out to Javier Hernandez, our city's project manager. He's been on board for about 8 months now, and he's been, I guess the word noodling, it's going around tonight, been noodling with Rule 20A, and as it's been rapidly changing, it's been a moving target, but he's been tracking it this whole time and got us to where we are today. Quickly over the agenda. First, we'll talk about the Rule 20A and the funding options, qualifying projects, an overview of the Rule 20A program results, and frankly, it's not doing very well. Recent changes to the program, the reallocation of credits and how we can become active so that credits are no longer being taken away. We have 2 underground conversion projects. We have a third one that we'll just briefly introduce that's not in your packet. Property owner impacts and public outreach also talk about potential funding assistance to the property owners. Next steps to implement the project, which would be long range, and then some citywide considerations. Okay, so Rule 20, it's electric tariff. Rule 20 was established in 1967 by the California Public Utilities Commission. There are really 3 programs to underground overhead utility lines. The one that applies to municipal projects like ourselves is Rule 20A. It's not electric bills, it's actually electric bills. So each ratepayer, every bill, a couple of pennies of our bills went into this fund. And so the projects must benefit the public at large. There's Rule 20B, which has to do with subdivision projects that doesn't apply, or Rule 20C is smaller individual projects played by applicants. So to qualify for Rule 20A projects for Carmel, the projects need to be associated with the civic or recreational area, or a heavy vehicle pedestrian traffic, arterial or major collector street, and or things that are limiting ADA access. I wanted to emphasize the purpose of this Rule 20A is to underground utilities for aesthetics, not for wildfire. Wildfire issues came later. Frankly, as I mentioned, Rule 20A program didn't go so well. Projects took decades to implement. Allocations for smaller agencies were not sufficient to fund any kind of meaningful project. Many agencies had no benefit, no project, no benefits. Majority of projects really went for the larger cities. San Jose got a good dose, Los Angeles and those types of things. There has been no funding yet allocated for wildfire prevention. And for the last few years, I think my understanding is the Town of Paradise fire kind of changed the rules a little bit, where California communities pushed the CPUC to change the rules to get more money allocated for wildfire prevention projects. But the Rule 20A still stands currently as aesthetics. Recent changes over the past, say, year and a half, CPUC discontinued the authorization of credits for additional credits after December 31st, 2020. So we kept out just under $1 million, and that's all we're gonna ever see. CPUC halted the reallocation of credits by PG&E, and I'll mention that coming up, about how PG&E unilaterally took away about 1/3 of our credits. Agencies can no longer borrow from future year credits. Utilities can't raise the rates to further fund projects. PG&E will be reformulating the reallocation of credits for remaining projects and take that to the CPUC by the end of next calendar year, thus restarting reallocations by 2025. So if we're not an active project by, say, June of 2025, the remaining credits will expire. And then the CPUC may reformulate the underground district approach or potentially cancel the entire program by the year 2033. And that begs the question, if construction of our project is not complete by 2033, does the whole program end? The answer is maybe. However, there's no harm in proceeding with an undergrounding district. There's no funding associated with this project at this point, and at least we can lock in the credits at this point and then monitor the program as we move forward. So PG&E did have the authority to allocate work credits from an inactive community such as Carmel and many others to those communities that had an active project, especially when it was going into construction. So every year in March, we received notifications of our credits, and I think for the last many years, we got about $35,000 more of credits. In March of 2021, for the first time that I'm aware of, we got notification that $5,000 was taken away, went over to the city of Live Oak, minor. The following year, we didn't get any credits taken, and we capped out at $986,000. However, in March of this year, we found out that $175,000 was unilaterally taken away. It went to 11 other cities. Interestingly enough, city of Berkeley and Capitola both tapped into our funding twice for their construction project. And then in preparation for this staff report, we said, okay, is there anything else that we should know about? Let us know now. And sure enough, another $143,000 was taken away. That went to San Mateo and Santa Barbara County, as well as Berkeley for the third time. So our credits today is $667,639, and we're locked in for that until the end of, or I should say through June of 2025. So back in the spring, when we asked, hey, what's this $5,000 going for? PG&E's liaison at the time did say, well, you might want to think about becoming an active community to prevent further reallocations. And then later that year, we suggested the council put it on the strategic priority list, which it has been ever since. So how do we become an active community? First step is to select a suitable undergrounding district. The council can select more than one project. There's no funding being expended at this point, so you can expend, or you can direct staff to proceed with more than one project. However, the smallest qualifying project is 600 feet long, and PG&E's latest rule of thumb is that 600 feet long correlates to about $500,000. To create a district, you have to hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution creating the district. Fortunately, the city already has Carmel Municipal Code, Chapter 13.28, underground utilities, which does allow the city to declare a district as in the city's public interest. And if the council selects a district or adopts the resolution and creates a district tonight, the next step would be submitting that resolution to PG&E, and then PG&E would deem the city an active community, lock in the credits that we still have, and then move into the planning stage. I'll talk more about the different phases of the project going forward. Let's talk about utility conversion option number 1. This is a map that shows actually the North Dunes area, the Del Mar parking lot. The district boundary is shown in the big red, strange-looking configuration. That's the parcel that's in the district. However, only the blue shows where the power poles and the overhead lines would be relocated underground. So this is from San Antonio and Ocean Avenue west into the Del Mar parking lot. This mostly affects about 7 or 8 property owners on the south side of Ocean Avenue. This option does have a lot of qualifying characteristics. It does pass through a recreation area. There is a high volume of pedestrian and vehicle traffic. Ocean Avenue is an arterial street, and as you can see in some of the photos, wheelchair access is restricted by the poles and the sidewalks. This is roughly an 800-foot long district. About 10 poles would be impacted, 7 property owners. Based on PG&E's rule of thumb, this would be $700,000. PG&E did give us a tentative okay on this district. I wanted to point out that 10 poles is a preliminary estimate. The 800 feet is a preliminary estimate. Until PG&E goes in and designs the district, certain poles that we believe might be in the district might not be in the district, and other poles that we didn't predict may be required to be in the district. It really depends on their future engineering. Another option is option 2. This is a Mission Trail Nature Preserve. This is accessible from either Rio Road, but where closer access is off of the 11th Avenue entry, and you turn south to the Willow Trail. On the west side of Willow Trail is a bunch of power poles, and those power poles, I'll show in the blue line, feed, what is it? 8 property owners on the that abutting Ridgewood Road. Okay, so the blue shows where the poles go underground, although the district boundary is shown is really a big chunk of Mission Trail Nature Preserve. The qualifying characteristic for option 2 is that it does pass through a recreation area. And then an important but non-qualifying characteristic is this would reduce wildfire. So that's important, that counts, but that's not the essence of the Rule 20A in the first place. This particular concept would be about 11,000 feet, 1,100 feet. About 9 poles, 8 property owners. This would be a little bit more expensive at $900,000. This location also has a tentative green light from PG&E. I did want to point out that about 2 years ago, with Council Member Ferlito's leadership, we did walk the site with PG&E at the time. We looked at this very project And PG&E representative said, gosh, this is right after PG&E came out with their big campaign to let's underground a lot of utility lines to minimize wildfire. And they said, this is a great project, it makes a lot of sense, and we were all excited for about a year. And after about a year, PG&E said, no, they're not doing this project, and in fact, they didn't do any projects in Monterey County. It's not on the screen. We did take a quick look. Councilman Barron suggested if we take a quick look at Forest Hill Park. This has not been reviewed by PG&E. We did a quick look. We could do a, let me my notes here. We could do undergrounding of about 3 to 4 poles on the west side of Camino del Monte between 1st and 2nd Avenues. It'd be only about 400 or 500 feet long. Might not meet the 600 feet criteria, but that's too premature. There are no property owners involved except for ourselves. That's the line that feeds our bathroom in Forest Hill Park. So that is another option, but again, it's preliminary. We don't have a blessing from PG&E, but it is something that we could pursue if that's what council's direction is. Okay, property owner impacts. Should we go forward with the district? The property owners that are ultimately in the district, which we are only tentatively estimated at this point, they would have to underground their overhead to underground version on their private property, obtain approvals from all the utilities and permits, then construct the underground connections, restore their property. Sometimes there's fences or landscaping in the driveways. The average estimate is $20,000 to $30,000. This could vary greatly. In fact, there was one property that's almost underground already. They just have a very little stretch to go, so there might be only a couple thousand. Another properties might be over $30,000. So it's really a wide range. There's no two properties that are the same. And this would be privately funded. However, there's a couple different options. One option is we could set up an assessment district. I would suggest that it'd be premature to set up an assessment district at this time to have the property owners and or the city provide a funding mechanism for the underground on private property. Another option is in the resolution, which I don't want to get into the nitty-gritty, but this is the PG&E resolution. Section 3 and 4 talks about using Rule 20A funding to help pay for private property owners to convert underground. Option 3, we staff circled shall not use the Rule 20A funding. We could have said shall. So the council can modify the resolution to say the utility allocations could be used to pay for the first 100 feet of undergrounding on private property. The catches, this is great for the private property owners, the catches are, instead of say 10 poles, it might only be 6 poles, because some of that would be going for pay for the private property owners. Another option is each individual property owner would get the first $1,500 to help offset their individual cost, okay? So there's a couple options to help fund the private property owners. In terms of public outreach, we did public notifications in the paper, of course. We issued postcards to properties within 300 feet. On November 1st, Javier and I knocked on all the doors. There was about 7 of the 15 were there. Some people were not home. We left the little door hangers. Basically, they were generally supportive. We didn't hear anyone that opposed. There was some questions about cost, their private cost, the timing, why it would take so long. Some people pointed out that they've partially undergrounded already. One person has a power pole in their backyard. They're already underground to the pole, but the pole is in their backyard. So that would have to go underground. They'd have to go up to the property line. Other interesting tidbit was that, well, one property, they get power from one power pole. They get their phone and cable TV from a different pole. It's every configuration is a little different. Next steps to implement the project. So if council selects one of these projects or both projects or another option altogether, tomorrow, I guess, Javier would submit the resolution signed by the mayor, send the resolution and the application to PG&E to get the thing started. let's take a wild guess. Say 2 years from now, PG needs, well, actually, back up. Over the next year, the only thing that we might hope to see from PG&E is a letter that says we are now officially an active community, our credits are locked in. But that's the first feather in our cap. Maybe in a couple of years, they start the planning process, laying out the district, starting their environmental reviews, permits, right-of-ways, agreements, cost estimates, coordination with other utilities. Let's say in the Del Mar parking lot especially, there's already underground utilities, water, storm drain or whatnot. So they have to not just convert their overhead to underground, they have to be careful not to conflict with other underground utilities. I'm taking a wild guess at 5 years, because I'm optimistic. In 5 years, they start the design process. That's when they get into the details, which poles, which wires, how many vaults, refine cost estimates at the time, lock in which affected property owners for that. And then in 5 years, this is why Javier is here, because I probably won't be around. But anyway, Javier will come back and say, we need to adjust the district boundary, because this house is now in it, that house is not in it. This pole is in, that pole is not. So we would have to refine the district boundary, which is fine. It does, we don't lose any momentum. We'd also have to do a funding agreement for the city for any shortfall. In terms of shortfall, in today's dollars, we can just barely afford the Del Mar option. We have $667,000. We estimated $700,000. We'd only have to find $33,000 only. Jane's not here. Okay, and option 2 is Mission Trail. That's $900,000. So right off the bat, we're looking at $250,000 to help that we would have to be on the hook for to pay for that. Then it goes into the construction phase. PG&E and all the other utilities and the property owners would all go underground around the same time. Last but not least, the overhead wires and the power poles are removed. PG&E estimates 10 years for completion. Let's hold them to the test on that. In terms of citywide considerations, regardless of the funding source, we're talking about 28 today, but regardless of the funding source, it's apparent from our research and Javier's white paper that undergrounding is a long and expensive undertaking. As of December last year, there were 10 active projects in Rule 28, undergrounding projects in Monterey County. 9 were in planning. 1 was completed in construction, and that was Moss Landing. That project started in the year 2001, and I think it was completed in 2021. All the other 9 are still in planning. At the strategic priorities workshop in August, Council directed staff to pursue a larger scale undergrounding project aside from this one-time smaller Rule 28 project, and Councilman Barron and Dramoff are on the ad hoc committee, so we're looking forward to working with you both. Look at the bigger picture. And then applying PG&E's cost factor of $500,000 for every 600 feet of undergrounding, and with 27 centerline miles, ballpark, today's dollars, we're looking at $120 million. Don't hold me to that, please. Recommendations now is be happy to answer any questions and then conduct a public hearing on this matter. And if you are so inclined to select one of the 2 undergrounding districts, or direct staff to come back with other options. And if you select one of the districts, then adopt the resolution which would lock in the underground utility district, lock it in the credits, and we get the project started. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions to Bob by Councilman?
I have a few questions. What's the deadline for us to adopt this resolution? Like, what's the drop dead date to lock in the credits? Is it tomorrow, or is it sometime in 2025 or 24? Or?
It's December 2024, the drop date.
Thank you.
PG&E has to
yeah.
But they can still take money from us until
No, there was a moratorium on it.
There's a moratorium on that. That's why I asked.
Yes.
So I'm looking at the municipal code, and 13.28.80 says notice to property owners and utility companies. And it says within 10 days after the effective date of this resolution, the city clerk. So we're going to start telling people, like next week, we're going to send out letters from the city telling them that we've adopted this underground utility district and these are all the things that are going to happen. And with no disrespect, I'm really struggling with that. I'm really struggling, like right now, you know, I realize that we haven't had public comment, but my question to you is, you know, we're gonna send out 15 or 20 of these letters, and we're gonna get back all sorts of things. And, you know, also, you know, people that weren't home when you went, people that can't afford it, people that thing, and then elsewhere, you know, in the resolution, it starts talking about things that are gonna happen. Like this municipal code sets up a process, and the resolution sort of goes, you know, makes that process sort of really official. And my question to you is, are you really ready to handle like this is going to be significant blowback?
100%.
I see everybody that lives on Biscayne over there, but what I don't see are the people on Ridgewood.
Well, Mr. Doolittle's there.
Oh,
but-
I see Mr.
Yeah.
Right. I see.
But
My apologies.
you're exactly right, sir. And you know, and it's not just the money as well. I mean, Councilmember Dramoff and I spoke about some people have established landscaping or you know, amazing patio, you know, outdoor patio or fountain features maybe.
Yeah, I'm not even talking about
the trees.
I'm not even talking about the cost or the project or anything like that. I'm talking about, are you really ready to field what's going to happen next week when you start sending these letters out?
Well, I mean, one of your options obviously is to have us slow roll this, which is not to adopt the resolution tonight, but to say go forward with the education and outreach portion for those 15 property owners. I think it's 8 and 7, yeah. So 15 property owners in a less formal setting. So they're not just getting a love letter from us in the mail saying, guess what we're doing to you instead of for you, even though we think it's doing something for them rather than to them. So that's certainly an option because, yeah, there are certainly potential impacts associated with this kind of a project on private property owners.
Yeah, and okay, I'll save my comments for after.
Questions? Any for questions, Jeff? Bobby, anybody questions? Right, I'll open up the public comment then. I'm sorry, did you have a question?
No, I'm going to save it for comments
Okay,
as well.
good, thank you. All right, we'll open up for public comment.
Hi, Jill Petker again. I support undergrounding utilities as a way to reduce fire risk, and that's one of my personal priorities as a resident. And I know it's a strategic priority of the cities, so I would like to see us go ahead with this. And even though this is not a Rule 20A criteria, I think it makes sense to prioritize the Mission Trail site because it reduces fire risk. So I guess please choose that as our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Linda Calafiore, I just want to echo what Jill said. Thank you.
Perfect. Love this, brother. Well done.
Mayor Potter and members of the City Council, my name is Bill Doolittle. I have somewhat of an interest in the second phase of this possible project. I happen to own property at the southern end of the Mission Trail Park on the west side. And I know how important undergrounding would be, especially from a safety standpoint. Last winter was sort of a tough year for residents along the west side of the Willow Trail. There were at least 2 occasions where the power was out for over 48 hours, and it was due to trees that were falling in Mission Trail Park or near Torrey's Street. So anyway, the one factor I didn't know when I came into this room today was there was going to be some additional help from the city of Carmel, $250,000. Did I hear that number? That would go toward this project? Because the way I factored the cost when you took the PG&E funds that hopefully we can lock in, it was going to come out to about $60,000 for each property owner. But there was another subsidy in there that I didn't calculate.
I think what, if I may, Mayor, I think what Bob was saying, sir, is that there's a delta, a negative delta between how much Rule 20A funding we have and how much the project would require. So we would have to come up with the additional funding for just our portion of it, not including the service laterals to each of the private properties.
Okay. All right, I haven't figured out the numbers exactly. My concern is the cost to some people on Ridgewood, $30,000 would be beyond their budget. And the way I understand the project, though, that all property owners have to buy into it. Is that correct? Not just a few. It's all, I
Yes,
think
sir.
everybody has to buy into it. And so there's a little bit of a risk there. And of course, I'd like to recommend, hopefully the council will vote to activate this project to lock in the funding, the PG&E side of the funding. So that part's important. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate it. Anybody else?
I have 3 minutes, right? Undergrounding of power lines with 20A funds. My name is Karen Ferlito. My property is contiguous to the project, but not within it. I wish it was. I am speaking today on behalf of Friends of Mission Trail Nature Preserve and my neighbors on Ridgewood Road, whose properties are in the project. Option 1 at Ocean and Del Mar is very attractive as it addresses aesthetics, which is what the 20A funds were originally for. However, climate change and the danger of wildfire have altered the landscape since the 60s when the 20A funds were first started and will only continue to do so. Option 2 along Willow Trail addresses both aesthetics and health and safety. You saw the pictures of the power poles up through the Mission Trail, which is more heavily used than it's ever been. So it too has aesthetics. The danger of a wildfire in Mission Trail Nature Preserve touched off by a down power line is a frightening possibility that could be greatly reduced by undergrounding the line along Willow Trail. A fire racing upslope driven by wind would be catastrophic, not only to that neighborhood, but possibly to the entire city of Carmel. Friends of Mission Trail Nature Preserve has been working since 2009 to assist the city with fire fuel abatement and trail maintenance issues. We know this area very well, and we brought PG&E to the site to champion the idea of undergrounding. It met all of the criteria, but it was not selected. But now we have another opportunity to do this important thing. The highest priority of any public entity is the safety, both current and prospective, of its constituents. Option 2 addresses both aesthetics and safety. Option 1 would have sizable construction impacts in a very busy parking area. Torn up roads and sidewalks could go on for a considerable amount of time. Many other utilities exist beneath that street that could also be problematic. Option 2 would have less construction impact because it's an unpaved trail that has only a sewer line beneath it, and foot traffic could use Sarah Trail during the construction instead. Both options would require expensive connections by private owners, but there may be ways of helping with those expenses. Based on needs, loans could be made by the city. For example, 30,000 times 8 property owners, that's $240,000 in loans that could be offered to people to be paid back. Or it could be an assessment district could be formed to pay for it through a property tax system. The associated costs could possibly be balanced out by savings on property insurance for the owners due to the decreased wildfire risk. Many new homeowners are finding they can't obtain new insurance, so the decrease in fire possibility could more than pay for the individual expense in a matter of years. If you can't make a decision, why not choose both as placeholders? What we can't afford is to lose any more of these 20A funds. That's the important thing. That would be a travesty.
Thank you. All right.
Now do I have to leave where you deliver?
No.
I'm not sure why I stayed because Karen said everything so well. But I can't imagine not going forward with this. As far as shocked homeowners, that can be explained in a letter, phone calls, whatever. People who live on Ridgewood are as smart as we are. They can figure it out. And I think bonds could be issued for an improvement district. There are all kinds of ways to go about it. I'd love to see the whole city or village undergrounded, and I think we could afford it over 30-year project, but the important thing is right now. And my preference is strongly for option 2, but if we can apply for both, then that's what we should do.
Thank you, appreciate it. Is there anybody else wish to say? In Zoom world? I know about that.
No one on Zoom.
Okay.
Melanie Billig, I think you all know how passionate I am about the issue of undergrounding in this community. You've heard it a number of times. I think that this is really about time that we started something. We've lost enough money. We've got a great project, especially in number 2, and you're solving a number of problems when you do this. So as Karen aptly pointed out, your primary responsibility is to the health, safety, and welfare of the people of this community. And there is not a project right this minute that you could afford better than doing this. And I know the people of Carmel would really appreciate that. And I think it's a great way to kick off and show that we can do undergrounding. Other communities are doing it. There is no reason why we can't do it, especially being a village in the forest. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Melanie. Anybody else wishing to speak? No, see anybody, nobody in Zoom?
There's no one on Zoom.
We'll close the public comment period, bring it back to council.
Mayor, can I make a motion and then leave it up for discussion?
Sure.
I move that we approve project number 2, or adopt the resolution for project number 2.
Do you have a second? I'll second it for discussion.
Okay.
Okay. So, under discussion.
If I could, real quickly, I'm sorry, Council. Mr. Doolittle asked a question about the private service laterals, and so I think Bob did a good job of explaining that there are ways that we could use some of the Rule 28 funding for a certain dollar amount to help the adjacent private property owners. We could also set up an assessment district where the cost of the service lateral is borne over multiple years and put on someone's property tax bill. So there are mechanisms to pay for that without a initial large outlay for people that may not have the $20,000 to $30,000 to pay for that. So I just wanted to make sure Mr. Doolittle received that answer, Council.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Bobby, do you want to speak to your motion?
I don't think I need to speak to it. I think, well, it's a sole deal for me as far as the fire risk. If that's going to help us with our fire risk, then that's the one I would like to go with the most.
All right, any other comments?
I'm just extremely concerned. I cannot support agreeing to something tonight because I'm very concerned about the process. We are asking homeowners to pay a large amount of money to tear up their property, and they need to be notified about this before we can agree to it. We need to do more outreach and education and make sure that every single homeowner is aware of what they're potentially going to be responsible for, and we have to find a way to somehow subsidize or help people who won't be able to do this. Certainly, the Mission Trail would be, I would support it, but I want to absolutely make sure we go through the process, and I share some of Councilmember Barron's concerns that I know everyone likes undergrounding and it sounds great, but when you have to start thinking about the details of what it entails, as I spoke with Chip earlier in the week, we're talking about mature trees, we're talking about driveways, we're talking about hardscape, we're talking about patios, things that would cost a lot to tear apart and that you have to be responsible to put back together again on your property, and we can't take that lightly, and we've wasted so much time, basically. And I'm also upset that we weren't notified that we had lost those credits. We had a strategic priority meeting at the end of August. We should have been notified that part of that money was already gone, and we were not notified, so I'm concerned about that as well. And really, this thing about if a resident can't or maybe doesn't want to participate, everybody has to be much better informed and well informed of what this will entail before we can go forward, or before I would feel comfortable going forward with the resolution.
Jeff?
Yeah, I share. I'm really kind of stuck. So I would say that I definitely agree that this is the right district. So you won't get any argument from me on that. But I share Alessandra's concerns. You know, we've obviously, since we're this little ad hoc committee, you know, we've had some conversations about these issues that we've both raised in terms of how to get, you know, I would say the public process of getting people to pay for something. And, you know, when we do it on a city, you know, a city basis, you know, everyone sort of shares in the costs and everyone sort of shares in the benefits. And I think, and I know the three women who are all, you know, friends and acquaintances of mine who understand this. You know, they're not, those three properties, you're not the properties that are going to bear the $30,000 or $40,000 cost. And I know that you would. I know that if we were doing a citywide project, that I know that the three of them would be at the front of the line saying, yeah, we should do this because we're on Mission Trail Nature Preserves. We're on Mission Trail Nature Preserve, and this is a big deal for us. But they're not. They're you know, as I was, you know, talking about, you know, the people on Ridgewood, those are the people that are going to bear the cost. They're going to bear the private property costs, and those are the people that aren't here. And I'm not comfortable yet, you know, in addition to the things that I mentioned in terms of, like, this process is a big truck. And someone's going to turn the ignition on, and the municipal code talks about all the things that are going to start happening, you know, when we pass this resolution. And, you know, there are all sorts of letters that are going to happen, and all sorts of things. And I'm wondering if we should just, you know, concentrate on this district, concentrate on the Mission Trail district. But, you know, Alessandra and I, since we're talking about the whole city, are certainly interested in how the outreach goes to these 8 people, these 8 homes.
So could I rescind my motion, and then you guys can make a motion?
Yeah, you can withdraw. I mean, I'll withdraw the second. You can go ahead and withdraw.
Yeah. So I'll withdraw my motion.
Well, what do you like? How do we, you know, I hate doing this on the dais. Like, how do we get this level of, level of public, of specific input from those property owners on Ridgewood?
You could direct us to do the outreach and education as if option number 2 were the preferred alternative. And you could be part of it as part of the ad hoc. We could do a mock letter. It would be a real letter to the property owners saying we're having this meeting, and bringing them into a informal setting and talking about the project and getting the temperature, their temperature, their tolerance for what their expenditures might be.
I think that's what we should do.
And you know, again, it might delay. You know, we might come back to the council maybe in February again, and with this same recommendation after we've done the education and outreach. And we could do it for both options as well, quite frankly, at separate times, and try to figure out who's most keen on their particular project. So it would be exactly like Mr. Richards' motion, but it wouldn't be adopting the resolution tonight.
I agree.
What do you think?
I certainly support doing the outreach and education. Both areas is fine, but this is absolutely something. I mean, I can't even believe we would consider passing a resolution tonight before the homeowners are even aware of what they would be facing.
I agree with that. I think we should just do one area. I mean, I think it sounds like we all sort of have a preference for the Mission Trail area, and I think that the process that we're going to try and get done by like the February meeting is going to be really like staff intensive and outreach intensive. And I think that the number of people involved, 16 homes versus 8 homes, especially when some of these people don't even live here, is going to be difficult because we don't know what we're doing. And so I think we should start with the Mission Trail parcel, Mission Trail district, and see what happens.
I agree with the outreach, of course, but I do want to get this started, because if we have to coddle every neighborhood, then we'll never be completely underground. Never.
So we may discover,
because if somebody wants to do my neighborhood and I'm the one guy that says no, then it won't happen.
Well, I think that we, if I may, I think that we as a group, and certainly including Karen, need to decide like how politically, how the city politically will handle that. because when we do the $120 million project, you know, there's gonna be a lot of that.
Well, I think we can discover different, whether it's different grants, different bonds, different loans.
Yeah.
There's going to be avenues, but ultimately, at least my goal is to be completely underground. Regardless of if people can't afford it or not, we have to find mechanisms for them to afford it. And I'm sorry if their fountain gets destroyed.
Well,
they can build a new fountain.
It's a lot of money. I don't think we should take something like that lightly. I mean, people have established landscaping, fences, driveways, and all the rest of that.
I understand that,
And
but are we going to let an established driveway stop us from undergrounding this town?
Well, it may be a burden if people can't afford it, or if it's really out of their reach to be able to afford it. We can't assume everyone is a multi-millionaire that won't even blink an eye at something like this.
Right,
It's a concern.
We've had discussion, I think. I understand the passions.
The beauty of 8 people is that we could actually go to each property owner. We could set up individual meetings and look at where the poles are. And, you know, Javier's a great PE. And he did all this work. Bob didn't do this, incidentally. And we could, you know, we can determine where that lateral is going to go. We can look at these kinds of impacts. So it's kind of like a dry run pilot, because it's a microcosm of what would happen citywide when and if we go down that route.
Why don't we, I'll make a motion, so we can, Alessandra and I will talk to you about what our outreach should be, since we're this ad hoc committee. And I'll make a motion that we do, you know, we concentrate on the Mission Trail Nature Preserve, and we, you know, I guess I don't really need a motion since it's not a resolution.
It's just direction.
So I would prefer that we concentrate on the Mission Trail Nature Preserve, and that we do, you know, a lot of outreach before we bring it, and we aim to bring it back to the council in, you know, February or March.
Could I add, can we start exploring financially how we would help people if they cannot afford it?
Absolutely. Yeah, so I think we have good direction, and it's unanimous direction. So thank you, council.
Well, maybe we should make sure that is unanimous direction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody's going north-south. Bill.
May I make an added comment here on a slight correction?
Yeah,
They're showing is 8 lots on the west side of Willow Trail with homes. There are only 7 lots with homes. 1 lot is totally bare, no water connection, no electricity. So you only have 7 lots to worry about.
Thank you, Bill. I appreciate that clarification. Even though it's frighteningly out of order, I still agree. Okay, let's move on to item number 5, which is first reading of ordinance number 2023-007, amending the Carmel Municipal Code Title 17 zoning by repealing and replacing Chapter 17.42 Stormwater Utility and Stormwater Quality and Utility, and Chapter 17.43 Water Quality Protection. Okay.
Karen?
We should probably invite Councilmember Filio back up to the dais.
Karen.
Or we could leave her.
He's done talking.
She's talking.
What I'm saying, there's another vacant lot there too. The one right inside the gate at 11th is vacant, and will not be built on.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The item before you is to amend the city's stormwater ordinance. One of the city's top strategic priorities is to update.
Get right up on that.
Get right up on there? Okay, right there? Okay. Okay. One of the city's top strategic priorities is to update the Carmel Municipal Code regarding the stormwater. The city's Public Works and Environmental Programs staff worked closely with the City Attorney's Office to update the stormwater ordinance. It was last updated in 2004. There's been significant changes in the federal, state, and regional laws affecting the stormwater and the water quality, and the proposed updates ensures compliance with the current applicable laws. The purpose of Chapter 1742, the Stormwater Quality and Utility, is to protect and enhance the water quality of watercourses and water bodies by reducing pollutants and stormwater discharges into the storm drain system. The purpose of 1743 is to protect and enhance the coastal waters within the city in accordance with the policies of the city's LCP and the post-construction stormwater management requirements for projects in the Central Coast region. The work the city performs to prevent stormwater pollution is regulated under the jurisdiction of the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Board, which is the enforcement arm of the State Water Resources Control Board. In 2013, the board adopted the Phase 2 Small MS4 General Permit. And the key program areas include public education and outreach, illicit discharge detection and elimination, construction and post-construction requirements, and good housekeeping practices for municipal operations. The key changes to the proposed stormwater ordinance include updated definitions, referenced newer guidance and requirements to simplify the ordinance and improve effectiveness, removed all of the BMPs and outdated low-impact development standards, referenced the California Stormwater Quality Association BMP handbook, and referenced the Phase 2 permit and the Central Coast post-construction requirements. The revisions also included that they clarified illegal discharges to mean any direct or indirect release to the city's storm drain system that isn't composed entirely of stormwater. This includes things like pressure washing runoff. It clarified construction projects subject to drainage and erosion control plan review. It referenced the city's standard operating guidance 1707 for all projects that trigger post-construction requirements. They're permanent on-site facilities that manage stormwater on-site by implementing measures for site design, source control, runoff reduction, treatment, and management. And it restructured the enforcement language and referenced other municipal code chapters for enforcement to ensure consistency. It includes a violation would be considered a misdemeanor, a fine not exceeding $1,000, and is subject to administrative civil penalties enforced by the city's code compliance coordinator and police department. In October of 2022, staff submitted the proposed changes to the stormwater ordinance to the Regional Water Quality Control Board and the Coastal Commission. We incorporated the relevant changes into the stormwater ordinance. The cities of Carmel, Monterey, Delray Oaks, Sand City, Seaside, Pacific Grove, and the county have joined forces to implement a regional stormwater program for the peninsula and the surrounding areas. The regional group meets monthly to discuss urban runoff issues and implement the components of the regional stormwater management program. You might have heard this referred to as Mr. Swimp.
As what?
As Mr. Swimp. It's MR. Did you see in the last one? Oh, I didn't go back. Oh, well. So, yeah, just MRSWMP. That's the way we always refer to it. The next steps are to hold this public hearing tonight and to conduct a second public hearing in December. And over the next year, the city will further collaborate with the Coastal Commission staff and incorporate the stormwater ordinance through an amendment to the local coastal program. Our staff's recommendation is to request the city attorney to read the title of the ordinance and to waive the reading in full and introduce the ordinance amending the municipal code, Title 17, by repealing and replacing Chapter 17.42, Stormwater Quality and Utility, and Chapter 17.43, Water Quality and Protection, and third, to set a second reading in December 5th, 2023. So this concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Mary, are there any questions by council? Mary? I don't see anybody. I'm going to safely say there's no public testimony. Am I correct? Nobody here.
I have a question.
Oh, now you've got a question.
Yeah, I have a question.
Mary.
Since we can finish public testimony, so I can comment too.
We're done.
We have
On
one
page
hand
12, on page 12 of the ordinance.
You got a hand raised.
Who is
Oh,
it?
Hold on just a sec.
No, who is it?
Christy Reimers, go ahead.
Hi, I just have something quick to say. As far as ordinances go, rules really mean nothing unless they have enforcement. And I just last Saturday was walking through town, and in the morning, one of the local construction companies was power washing a courtyard in the business district. without sucking up the water, so it was going into the storm drain. When I called the police department, they had absolutely no idea about this rule that we have about that. So I just, I like the rule, but I just want to make sure that all the entities need to know about the enforcement process, especially on the weekends when there's no code enforcement officer to call.
Good point. Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else?
There are no more speakers.
All right, thank you. Okay, we'll close the public comment period, bring it back then. Jeff?
So on page 12 on page 12 of 14, it's the language of the ordinance. And I spoke to you, Mary, about this before. It says such projects, and the ordinance is talking about projects that disturb 500 square feet more of soil. So, moderate-sized construction projects. And it says such projects shall also be subject to a post-construction phase drainage plan to be approved by the Public Works Director as part of any building permit application. And so my question to you is, and I kind of asked you this before, is, what happens when we have a house, so we have a 4,000 square foot lot with a couple trees on it, and we have a house that's built, and they go through, a moderately contentious planning commission process, and then they get to this thing and they submit their drainage plan, and there's no room for the drainage plan.
Yeah, I mean, through the planning process, typically they do submit somewhat of drainage plans with it as it's approved through that process. And then once it gets to building, there are requirements that, depending on how much square footage it is, on what tier it falls into.
So when they're going through that moderately contentious planning commission process, as they start with their site plan and then they go through, the first part and then the second part, somewhere during that process, there's a notion of like where this drainage field is going to go.
Yes.
So it's not a surprise. It's not a surprise at the end. Do we need to put that in this thing to make sure that that happens, or should I trust you that that's the way the process will always work in the future?
Brandon, that's a submittal requirement, isn't it? Yeah, so it's a design review planning submittal requirement, Mr. Barron, and that would carry over as part of the building, the construction drawings as well.
Okay, so they start at the very beginning with this drainage. Okay, thank you.
And I have a question. So is the city required to also comply with this?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know, because I have concerns about Rio Park and being right on the waterway there, and what happens when we get considerable amount of stormwater and rain, and with all the construction materials that have been dumped there, rusting fire pits and K-blocks and trees and piles of chips. And I think we should lead by example and make sure that we are employing best management practices there.
Okay, you want me to do this? Yeah, so request the city attorney to read the title of the ordinance. Is he awake?
Yes, he is.
This is ordinance 2023-007, an ordinance of the City Council of Carmel-by-the-Sea, amending the Carmel Municipal Code, CMC, Title 17 zoning by repealing and replacing Chapter 17.42, Stormwater Quality and Utility, and Chapter 17.43, Water Quality Protection, and finding the same exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. I should mention that I noticed in reviewing the ordinance that there are some numbering issues, no text changes that would be clerical, if you will, and that I spoke with Mr. Herrera about this. So when it comes back to you for your second reading, those numbers will have been corrected.
Okay,
They're
so
not significant enough, though, to warrant a second read. I mean, not to go ahead.
We can proceed with the first reading tonight, and those are just merely clerical changes, and they would be presented to you at the time of the second reading.
Okay, good. We have a motion.
And I would make a motion to waive the reading in full and introduce ordinance 2023-007, amending the Carmel Municipal Code, Title 17, zoning, by repealing and replacing Chapter 17.42 Stormwater Quality and Utility and Chapter 17.43 Stormwater Quality and Protection, and to set a second reading for December 5th, 2023.
Second.
Motion is second. Is there any discussion? I don't see any. No, could we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Barron?
Yes.
Councilmember Dramoff?
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards?
Yes.
Mayor Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Alrighty, I might be wrong, but that may be going to conclude the work for tonight. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Well done.
About
The
PIA.
PIA.
Oh, yeah.
We've done it here.
Yeah, you're right.
So we have to adjourn this meeting, Mr.
Yep.
Mayor, and this public improvement authority.
Yep, exactly. Okay, so I'll move to the Public Improvement Authority. And then, we're going to roll call.
Board Member Barron?
Here.
Board Member Dramoff?
Here.
Board Member Ferlito?
Yes.
Board Member Richards?
Here.
Chair Potter?
Aye.
All are present.
Bob, will you present this one?
There's a
Real
presentation.
briefly.
It's on the consent agenda.
Consent agenda.
It's on consent. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Very straightforward.
Any questions?
No public appearances.
No.
Karen?
I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Any other discussion? Okay, no, please call the roll.
Board Member Barron?
Yes.
Board Member Dramoff?
Yes.
Board Member Ferlito?
Yes.
Board Member Richards?
Here.
Chair Potter?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Alrighty, well done, guys. I don't know if we're undergoing a 9, we made it.
We almost needed another bio break. Yeah, houses burned down. They won't be worried about the patio.